This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, our 2023 champions finally make their way back to the stage, and they'll be taking on the new kids on the block. That's right. Hello and welcome, everyone, to Day 6 of the VCT America's Kickoff, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Los Angeles, California. I'm Uber. I'm on the desk today alongside Bala, Bren, and Baby Bay. Bren takes notes now, which is crazy.
Yeah, I didn't used to do that.
You taking notes,
crazy.
bro? That's wild.
Yeah.
You're real for that, though.
I learned to read and write.
That's good on you. Loving that. Bala, good to have you back. We had a lot of fun yesterday.
A good day yesterday.
You have anything to say to this guy down here, or
Dude,
you guys good?
Yeah, we got to talk about this whole Doug situation that you got going. You're stealing my baby girl. I don't know what's going on.
Man, I mean, like, the street. I'm just kidding, Doug. I love you. I love you. I love you, Doug. I love you. Thank you so much.
Before the cane comes off from screen and yanks us off, good to have you back, man. Great debut yesterday on the cast, man. Looked like you had a lot of fun with it. I think that was like something I noticed. Your enjoyment for the game really shines through. How'd you feel about that?
Yeah. I was definitely nervous at first. I'm going to keep it a buck. But as that second map came on, I just felt more and more comfortable. And it felt like me and Doug really got a vibe going on. No offense to you.
Okay. Could have dumbed it down a little bit, you know?
You get a lot of shots
When you catch the vibe, it's all good. I understand.
Okay. Let's talk about what happened on this stage yesterday. Nothing to do with him and his new casting partner. First, it was an NA showdown with NRG taking on Cloud9. Now, I do think that most of us felt pretty good about NRG coming into this. Like, we barely sort of scratched the surface. And Cloud9 had their moments, but generally, struggled to match up.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think both of these games had some super high expectations, and they didn't live up to that hype, right? I think these two teams right here, NRG and Cloud9, were, they're North American blockbusters here. And I think NRG definitely is still showing that they have that level, but Cloud9 definitely didn't put up the same fight that I hoped they would.
No. I mean, it depends what your expectations were at, but honestly, I felt like I came in on the other side of that thinking NRG were like even better because I just wanted to see them test a little bit more. Yeah. And granted, they're not playing against like some of the stronger teams in Americas. Right, because I would say that's like in Group B largely, and we might see that in playoffs onwards. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't. I didn't walk away upset with what I saw.
No, but I'm saying in terms of the quality of both games yesterday, it was like I was expecting like big bangers, but it was just kind of flat for me. I don't know.
I'm honestly surprised C9 even like stuck in there because for a second it just felt like NRG was going to take that last map and just run away with it. The fact that it even got to OT showed that NRG still has a lot of things they need to improve on as a team.
So following that, after we sort of had our expectations reset for NRG, now we're thinking, okay, these guys might go a bit further. It was Leviathan taking on Loud. And we were split on this. I mean, on the desk, our Preds, we weren't quite sure. Bind started off really in favour of Leviathan, right? This explosive A-side hit was really pretty incredible. Some wild moments here from King, of course, and it still wasn't enough to keep Leviathan in it. Yeah. Loud really showed us yet another level, some more depth to this team.
This is a silly game.
It was crazy.
He was moulding on split.
Yeah,
It was crazy.
I could tell when it was coming to the death segments, you were literally losing hair. I mean, that was just a silly game, man. There was two teams that was, I don't know. You were seeing some of the best at moments of the individuals really shining through, and it felt like a weird one just as well. Because, I don't know. It was all over the place.
A lot of throwing going on from both ends.
Sometimes.
But something I want to touch on that's so unique is this Loud team and these comps that they're running. They're so off meta on some of these maps, like this Ascent. Even the Bind, they're running Phoenix on Bind.
Dude,
I mean, they're basically reinventing like a new meta, and like we don't see this very often with these teams in this league.
And they sort of said that, like, we interviewed Stardark after, and we're like, how have people not figured this out yet? And he's like, well, just because we play the same comp doesn't mean we play the same way.
Same way, yeah.
Because, again, like, they're so focused on being flexible and adaptable and managed to get them through there. So, here is our bracket right now, and today we've got just a singular match for you. It is our upper bracket matchup in Group C. We will finally get our first look at the new Evil Geniuses when they take on G2. It's the World Champs versus the Ascension Champions. It was like 471 days between Reykjavik and Ascension for that guard team. Now, obviously, as G2, I've never seen that level of grind, I don't think, in esports at all. I mean, that's like 2 years in the trenches almost.
You had to for them. I mean, they were in the business in challengers. Unfortunately, like, they didn't make it all the way up into the partnership system last year, and they immediately were determined. I mean, they won the last offseason tournament of the year last year, and then they grinded all the way through Challengers into Ascension, and they deserve to be up on this stage. I mean, we had Valen here a couple times last year in the studio with us, and we all knew he was coming back. We all knew that he was going to play on that stage.
Well, we just scratched the surface. We haven't talked about EG, what they're supposed to look like, what our expectations are. We will get to that. But it's a new year of VCT, which means new rosters, new metas, more importantly, new looks. It's time for Baby Bay Watch. I didn't write that, but how about this? Look at those forearms.
Watch. Look at that watch.
Oh my God.
Are those biceps real, bro?
I think this guy's been bouldering. That's what I'm saying. So, the Drip King's here. We may as well rate some of the looks that we've seen here at Kickoff. Let's start with our first one. Here's Loud's Sadak.
Ooh.
Give it to me straight, baby. But I want top to bottom, my guy.
What's in the suitcase?
Yeah.
But at the top, I love the varsity jacket. Jersey underneath actually matches perfectly. A nice little print in there, too. Shoes looking clean, matches with the white of the jacket. And I just really want to know what's in the box, man. Like, what's he got in there? That's top secret, bro.
Phoenix Strats.
That's the Phoenix Strats. It's just one playbook.
The sticky note.
QCK, get ult and go kill. That's what it is, huh? It looks nice, though. I like that.
We're loving that look. Yeah, looks like he's got a lot to hide, for sure. Okay, well, next up, familiar face on the broadcast here. Yeah, what do you make of this one? This is my sideshow.
Looking like a creeper.
Little Minecraft creeper moment. You know what, though?
Tips on the stash?
You know what? Yeah, I was about to say, the stash, I think it can work. It can work in a little bit, you know what I mean? Use that stash butter.
Do you have a problem with the way that I dress?
Wait. So that's who's gonna wear the bucket hat. I wanted to wear that, man.
Yeah, I've got the banana pants on.
Could you? I mean, you know what, bro? Like, we need you to walk out with some of the teams, bro, and give them a lesson.
You notice how he changes his tune as soon as I come in? He's like, you're actually the style guru.
To be fair, your stash in that picture does not look nearly as good as you're doing it now.
Right, and that's the big difference.
That is the main difference.
That's the big difference.
Point right now, doesn't matter what he's wearing.
Are you serious? Why are the tips bleached? What are you talking about?
I love that. Why are they bleached, but they're moving, trending upwards? They're slicked up
again.
I thought that was just bleached from like excess twisting because he's always at it. You know what I mean?
I did not expect that. Bro.
Diabolical. Yeah, you twist him and he starts going.
Yeah.
And everyone runs away.
It's like a different person when he twists them, you know? He came in here really aggressive. I got scared.
His alter ego. It's like Dr. Robotnik out here.
What does he dress like that
I don't know. I don't know where they found that much clashing clothes.
I know where they went to. They went to my old wardrobe from previous esports shows.
If there's anyone that can rock it, it's him, though. I got to keep it real.
I mean, it's about confidence, it's how you wear it. All right, next up, we've got G2's Valen. Give me your thoughts on this one here. We are loving the polo hoodies.
I love it. I love the Ralph Lauren, man. It looks sick. It looks like he's a soccer player or like a football player. You know what I mean? Like that's the vibe I'm getting from this, like a Manchester, type vibe. And you know what? The shades. Why is everyone wearing so many shades now? Huh? Everyone thinks they're so cool.
Los Angeles, man. Why do people protect their eyes these days? That's whack, bro.
This is whack. But I like the backpack too. You get a little college vibe going on. It's not bad, bro. It's not bad. Valen's got swag.
You got that leather straps. Swag, subtle hint of affluence. I like that. Yeah, better than 6 Rolexes on the same arm. Tells the same story.
What is this, though? A uniform? I'm confused.
Yeah, well, look at the middle. It must be one of them collaborations I keep hearing about.
It's definitely a collab. Yeah.
What does the full fit look like, though? Do we have a full body fit? No?
I mean,
yeah, that's a good question. Watch this way.
Shorts on it ruins the whole thing.
True.
What's this about, eh?
What do you got to
That looks proper nice.
Is that a purse?
Yeah. It's a merce, thank you.
Interesting.
Yeah, right. All right, there you have it. A bit of Baby Bay Watch for you. Maybe we'll bring this one back later because I'm quite sure Josh has got more where that came from. We're going to a quick pause. And when we get back, we'll dive into today's matchup. It is Evil Geniuses and it's G2. So we'll see you then.
And they are being met with G2. Your players towards the back. Leaf and Valen respond in kind.
Oh, he's just adding bodies to the count. Jorgamo unleashing fury.
He's ridiculous today. पर हुआ क्या?
बिजली का बिल नहीं भरा और पूछता है हुआ क्या? अभी बिल भर, नहीं तो काट डालूंगा लिटिल। जल्दी से ऐप डाउनलोड कर।
बिल तो भर दिया था, फिर डर क्यों रहे हो? हाँ, नकली चाकू, नकली बिल। यूपीआई कहता है कोई भी अनजान ऐप डाउनलोड ना करें, अपने पैसे का ख्याल खुद रखें। चलिए, आपको पनवेल नहीं जाना है?
पनवेल? हाँ।
निकलिए।
शिव भोला।
ये वीडियो शेयर करो और अपने आसपास के भोले को बचाओ।
Welcome back, everybody. No one quite knows what to expect when the 2024 iteration of EG will take the stage, but there's been plenty of chatter. We love some unknowns here at the VCT, and someone's going to clear them up for us right now. Here's what G2's Valen had to say on our show.
We don't scrim them, of course, because we play them, but I'll look on like the friends list and I'll see them dominating some scrims. So I know they have what it takes to compete. Like, no doubt about that. All the players are good, and Nature's on that team, right? On EG. Yeah. I had an interview like before kickoff, and I was saying that I think Nature is like an underrated player. I think he's pretty strong. He plays a lot of different agents well, and so nothing is free, nothing is given. We just have to go out and earn it like we did today again.
It's nice to know that pros get their info about who's scrimming and who's on what team, like us mere mortals, right? Check the friends list, see who's in the lobby, see what the score is, you know. I like that he takes a moment to sort of mention Nature, who was someone that featured really heavily in challenges in Tier 2 for quite some time. He says, like, he's really flexible and someone worth looking out for.
Yeah. I think that all the chatter about EG right now is really interesting because everybody's talking about the scrim bucks. And I think people are hyping up individual players, especially people who they're friends with or whatever, because they're excited for this team because they are tearing it up. And I think people are not ready in general about what EG is actually going to put out on the stage.
It's a weird team to assess the expectations for them, which, we'll talk more about the expectations of this 2024 roster, but everyone is gassing them up. And they've got some lovable personalities on there. And, you know, you've still got Potter leading this core of unknown players. Very similar storyline to what they had to coming into 2023. Everybody was you know, against them, downing them back then, and they went on to win the championship. So you never really know. I mean, it's definitely humbled me, I think, coming into this with my expectations and the kind of takes that I'm willing to throw out with a team like EG.
I mean, I'm getting the vibe that they just have a lot of friends amongst these other VCT players and they're happy to gas them up. Com also had some praise for his former team when he came through here. I'm going with my boys at EG. I think they're going to pull it out. Had the pleasure to scrim with all those guys for a little bit, and I think they're going to surprise a lot of people. And I think that's a big relief, right? Because it is a bit jarring seeing a world champion team, all the turmoil they went through in the off-season, then to, I mean, let's be real. They had to throw together a roster at the last minute, you know, to the detriment of the players that were sort of stuck on there, and then the new blood that came in with all these huge expectations on them. So I kind of want to hear a little bit from them for a moment. So we're going to head out to Wyatt's. That's all right, Wyatt's out in the field, and hear from Evil Genius's Jorgamo.
Well, George, let me talk to you for a second here. I've got a big question about what's going on today with your match. Why should people buy the EG skin capsule?
Why should people buy the EG skin capsule? So you can bail me and Potter out of jail.
And please, you heard it here first. Do it for poor Jajamo and Potter.
He had one chance. One job. Just sell.
That is so based. I mean, that is so incredibly based to Jordan. I'm not gonna lie. That is so funny. Yeah,
I love that he's leaning into it, man.
Yeah, you got to.
I bet Chris Appolito is loving seeing this happen. I mean, he sat in his executive chair like, yeah, I love that one. Thanks, Jorgamo. Fair enough, though. Help them out, all right? I mean, again, this is a team that people really love. People really want to get behind. I think, Potter as a coach, a huge amount of people were really sort of drawn to that story. The fact that she's built this team up the way that she has. Because at the start of last year, no one thought that Evil Geniuses were going to qualify for champs, let alone win it all. But now we have to reset again. There's an entirely new roster with only Jorgamo remaining. One of that championship team is remaining. And this guy was incredible at champs, unstoppable. Yeah. But it's just one guy.
You could make an argument for him having one of the best performances there. Obviously, Demon 1 is the highlight of that run, but Jorgamo was there the entire time. And I think part of the reason why they even had that start at Tokyo in the first place
Yeah, I was shocked as well that Jorgo didn't get picked up in the offseason.
Yeah.
Like that he ended up, staying with EG in this roster when all the other pieces of that EG roster, that championship caliber team, got picked apart, placed onto other areas. But Jorgo, this guy's still a heavy hitter. There's a reason why a bunch of players are gassing this guy up. There's a reason why they're still saying there's some danger in this EG squad, despite the fact that they've thrown together this roster very last minute with some relatively unknown or unproven pieces, especially when you consider some of like the 2023 performances of these players. So yeah, I mean, still, you got to put some respect on Jorgo's name. This guy, he can do it all. I've seen this guy playing Power Word and Valorant once on his Twitch stream. Very funny. I don't know how he was capable of that. It was literally like the faker moment where he's alt-tabbing, playing Tetris and all that other whatever it was. So this guy's got talent. And he's still a star player, and he could potentially.
How do you characterize him as how do you characterize him in terms of the impact that he has on his teams?
I mean, very positive, right? This is a guy who really brings up everybody at the same time. Like, he's one of those emotional leaders at the same time, but also being incredibly aggressive, incredibly flexible, able to fill roles where it's needed. And I think that's going to be a key point here for him and Potter as they try to rehash this team. One thing that's impressive with Jogmo and EG in general is they always bring out the best of the best in the confidence of the players. And I think that what's interesting about this team, though, is we kind of have a good image of what the rest of the team is actually capable of, right? We've seen Derek, we've seen Superman, we've seen all these guys, and we've seen their ceilings at the level.
And we've seen their peaks.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen their peaks. Last year, we didn't really know like how far Calm could go, how far Jogamo could go. We didn't even know who Demon One was at the beginning of the year. So it's like, I'm not sure if it's going to be that same.
Do you think we've seen their peaks on this team, though? Like, do you think you have enough information to kind of know where these guys sit?
No, that's the thing, right? Potter and Jogamo and these guys are always going to be able to pull a little bit extra out, but is it going to be that
Don't
much
doubt
higher?
my boy Derek as well. Listen, I'm a tier 3 sub. I'm a Derek stan, I'm telling you. This guy, listen, Sky's been nerfed. He's not going to be put on Sky anymore. I hope not, at least. Anyway, Sova, back in play, maybe. I mean, listen, he didn't have a good last year, but still.
I mean, if it's Potter and what you did with Kamiya last year, then definitely.
Brings out the best.
So, I mean, that's a great segue because we want to take a closer look at this new EG team and understand, like, what is so strong about them or why we should be excited. So let's hear from the person that knows the roster better than anybody else. It's Coach Potter.
There is a lot of untapped potential and a lot of talent. For me, it's familiar territory. Gotta start with the IGL nature. I could just tell right away, this guy's a beast. Day one of trials, I told Jaw right away that he was the one. He was gonna be our IGL. He's so mechanically capable, always able to just get whatever clip he wants. He's deadly.
Any and all map control that they can get.
No, Kempeki, oh my goodness! You don't need Kempeki when you have a force of nature like nature!
Everyone knows and loves Jockimo. This year, he is gonna be the main duelist. He's one of those players that absolutely played better on stage in front of a crowd when the stakes were highest and when the pressure was highest.
Jorgamo getting aggressive, and oh, he's just adding bodies to the count. Jorgamo unleashing fury.
Come on, baby, let's go, man.
He is gonna have to be the spearhead who leads us, prove everyone wrong and prove that he's better than Demon One.
Derek playing spoiler a little bit. On to Leaf, gets a second out to Jake too. Oh dear!
Derek coming through. He's coming from 100 Thieves. He has a lot to prove for himself. Didn't have as much of a successful year last year. I think that's kind of been the storyline for all members coming into EG is wanting to prove something or another. And Derek absolutely is one of those players. Superman, I'm excited as heck to have him on the squad. He is a role player to the max. Being a controller is kind of boring sometimes, but for FOT, he makes it look good. He's maybe lost one clutch out of the hundreds and hundreds of rounds that we've played. This guy is just ice cold.
Able to take care of Bang. Oh, showstopper, my goodness, Superman!
This guy is just unreal.
Apoth's story is really cool. I've been coaching him for several years now, and he was a nobody, I'm a nobody, and he's just sat there telling me I'm going all in on Valorant.
Now all of a sudden pressure on towards despite the baseline, retracking back right into the waiting arms of Apoth, who secures the full ace.
In esports, people always talk about proving yourself, hard work, all of those things. So I think it's really cool that we've put our money where our mouth is.
Wow, pretty strong statements there from Potter, and it definitely, I don't know, it starts to stoke some excitement about what this team could be capable of. So let's put our expectations out here right now. Based on that, based on what we know, based on the history of these players, What do we expect from this new look EG?
I mean, for me, it's still low, right? I think the floor is low for this team, and the thing is, all the hype around it is getting me kind of excited. Yeah. They don't have the reserve roster to help them out this time around, and I think that's going to really hurt them when they have to really prove a lot.
Right, exactly, because you saw the peaks of EG last year were really drilled through these executes of having that reserve roster here. Their fracture was one of the best in the world. They were one of the best in the world at this map, and they were so well drilled with the utility, your ult combos, it was all there. It made them a real fearful opponent when they were playing on this map. They don't have that reserve roster that we've already mentioned. They were running drills. They said that. They were a key part of victory. When they went up onto that stage and won the championship, they were saying, listen, our reserve team was just as much of deserving of this title as the rest of us that actually played this, because they were a key part in them actually being developed as players. Now, they don't have that this time. Potter's still a fantastic coach. We know that. She's proven in that capacity, and these players definitely have that potential. So I don't think we should set the floor really at the very bottom. Who knows with this team? Listen, I think they're going to be contenders maybe for the middle of the pack teams, but it's going to be a tough ask when they don't have as many resources compared to last year.
Yeah, it's a fair point, right? It's not a narrative we talk about much in Valorant at all, is having that sister team, that extra team to sort of be screwing and playing against. But they'll have no shortage of opponents here at the VCT Americas. Speaking of which, let's move on to their opponents and send it back over to Wyatt. He's managed to wrangle out there somewhere G2's Leaf.
Back in the bush.
Hold on, Leaf, let me stop you there for a second. I have a very philosophically deep, controversial even question for you. Why should people buy the G2 skin set?
It has the best player card and the best colors. That's all.
It's just that simple. Thank you, Leaf.
Yeah.
You know what? Instead of appealing to financial hardship, he appeals to the aesthetics of the capsule, which I find completely reasonable. That is basically what I'd expected to hear. But G2, though, they had to fight tooth and nail to get that first win here in the VCT Americas against Crew, a Crew that went 0-9, obviously last year, that had this unreal run through LCQ. I don't know, at times it really didn't feel like G2 were winning when they actually did it. I like this, the Brimstone play on the attack here, deep smokes, move up in towards Snowman on Icebox here, but they really had to adapt on Sunset.
Yeah, I love this match as a setting stone for G2 coming into the league because they got challenged by what was the worst team in the league last year. Obviously, they weren't actually the worst team, but going winless and then being able to do this and saying, hey, welcome to VCT, they still end up coming out with the win, though, and I think that speaks to the level that G2 is going to bring to
They got tested, really, in their adaptability. That's like Valen calling his game, and over the course of that series, you could really see it shift and mold to the way that Crew are playing.
They used 2 timeouts in the first 7 rounds on Sunset.
Yeah, they're so unorthodox in terms of the way the Crew play as a team. A lot of 4-1 defaults, a lot of lurking, a lot of contact play, heavy stuff relating to that. And Valen and his team, they weren't really set up for that initially. That's why they were on the back foot straight away with that first map. But they did bring it back. They did get the win. And yeah, Crew are no slouches, even though they went 0-9. They went on that LCQ run. They've got that firepower there. And they shut them down. That's why it felt like that they weren't winning at any point in turn, because Kesnet dropped like 31 kills on one map, and the rest of them are just like all even spread. Like they're not winning in terms of the individuals, like one player popping off. It took team play, fundamentals, and good calling to get them over the finish line.
Right, and this could be a match considered a great example of great calling and adaptations. And so we had a chat with Valen after this game, specifically about his calling and how it had to evolve. So let's listen in.
Because the game is so ever-changing, maps coming in and out, new metas and everything, just because we have a long core doesn't mean that our like fundamentals or everything stays the exact same throughout the long period of time. You always have to re-innovate as a team and try to be different, or else you're going to fall behind, right? So, but the one thing that kept us like growing is just our mindset together, and honestly, our time spent building relationships with each other.
Anytime I ask someone about Valorant, IGLing is the first thing that comes up. For some reason, this guy stands head and shoulders above the rest. Quickly, why?
Yeah, I think it's because he's so adaptable. I think it's because he gets the trust in his players to be able to make calls super on the fly, and he's able to make those decisions for himself and really be super decisive, right? Always finding the gaps when you need to, and being able to make the right reads as well is something that I think he's still learning. I think you saw that in the Crew game, and depending on the strength of their opponents, that's the level that you kind of have to still work on with Valen, but he's fantastic everywhere else.
Yeah, and especially when you have to contend, like we said, with these individual moments of, Kesnet. And yes, don't get me wrong, Jonah P had some real highlights as well, but it's not on the same level as an individual like Kesnet.
Kesnet's timings are disgusting, by the way.
The guy's like ripping off heads, getting 2Ks, 3Ks almost almost every other round. And when you're up against that, you can sometimes just get knocked in terms of your confidence. Your team can feel like you're not winning any fights. And it has to be the calling. It has to be playing together to pick yourself up. It has to be the IGL who's going to be steering, navigating the ship through some like tumultuous tides, right? And Valen is that guy. I've spoken to him. He's incredibly eloquent. He's very, very intelligent for his age as well. He's got a great mature head on his shoulders, and it definitely shows, I think, in terms of the way he calls.
And leadership with that call for so long, you know, that's got to mean something for sure. G2, though, will their style work better against EG today than it did against Crew as they kind of struggled and had to adapt? Personally, I think the only way to settle this is a good old-fashioned debate. That's right, it's time for Decision 2020. That's probably an American reference, Decision 2020. I don't know.
Absolutely
Bala,
it is.
Yeah? Okay, good. Bala and Ben, God help me, Ben and Bren are going to debate. They're going to argue. They're going to have a bit of a chin wag, a bit of a gas bag. And we want chat to weigh in on who they thought was a more compelling debater.
Serious.
So spam EG or G2 in the chat, because the question is, will G2's style work better today and allow them to get the win? We're going to start with you. What's your position?
No, I don't think that EG style or G2 style will work against EG here, because I think EG is something of an unknown quantity. And when you think about the quantity that they have coming into this, it is Potter. It is somebody who is very adaptable. It is somebody who can really bring out and read and adapt to what you're doing on the other side.
Valid points.
So when you look at G2 and the way they played against Crew, yes, they were kind of giving up a lot of space. They were trying to react to Kesnet. And I think all that space that they have to do and have to give up is something that EG is going to pounce on and immediately take
5
everything
seconds
from it.
I don't think that's the case. I mean, EG as a team, they went hyper into heavy XX early in last season when they were building up their roster in 2023. Wasn't it? That was your buzzer? Oh, I thought everybody was disagreeing with me. I got really insecure for a sec. The EG,
20 seconds.
20 seconds. You're putting pressure on me, man. I'm getting stressed.
Who are you even rooting for here? I'm confused.
G2. G2 should be matching up a lot better against EG. I don't think, listen, the fact is they don't have Kesnet. EG don't have Kesnet. You're running the buzzer again. I still got time. Don't run the buzzer on me.
You need to push your glasses up.
You're screwing me here, production. I still got time for running the buzzer, man. I don't think I'm winning.
That is actually the buzzer, yeah.
I don't think I'm
Well, I think
winning.
you spent about 25 out of 30 seconds complaining about
I got
the buzzer.
flustered.
Too slow. Sleepy bread.
Sleepy bread. All right, so we might need to break this tie in some way. Let's take a minute to check in with one of our swing voters down in the audience. I don't know what that means, but I mean, it'll make sense when you see this guy. Let's head down to the audience. Here we have Chuck Michelson from Wichita, Kansas. Chuck, yeah, how you going? Look, we might need you to break the tie here. What's your thoughts on whether this G2 style will work better against EG or not?
Oh, well, hello there. I would consider myself a swing voter. I haven't picked a team in the last few years, but I would consider it my civic duty to decide today between EG and G2. I feel like I'm just caught between two great candidates. They both had such compelling arguments, especially the one with the mustache on the left.
Thank you, yes, and I agree.
Tell me, what to you is the most important issue in this vote? Like, how would you be swayed?
Oh, well, I have one issue that's very important to me. I would consider their views on the industrialized roster jail complex in this country.
Make it quick.
Support, full support. Love it.
I hate jail. I hate roster locks. I think it should be a free, open system. Any player can go anywhere at any point in time. Any player can go anywhere at any time.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that, Brent. I wouldn't take that.
I don't think I'm welcome here.
Our coaches are ready for Matt Picks a Bed, so let's find out where we're headed today. Let me get this one uploaded real quick, boys. Let's find out.
Earnings check. How much
Hey guys, welcome. As you know, sides were decided via coin flip. So G2 is Team A and EG is Team B. G2, you will have first map ban.
We'll ban Lotus.
G2 ban Lotus. What would you like to ban?
We'll ban Bind.
EG ban Bind. And you have first map pick.
We'll pick Sunset.
G2 picks Sunset. And would you like attack or defense?
We'll pick Defense.
EG pick defense, and you have one map pick.
We'll pick Icebox.
EG pick Icebox. Would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
G2 pick attack, and you have one map ban.
We'll ban Breeze.
G2 ban Breeze, and what would you like to ban?
We'll ban Ascent.
EG ban Ascent. Decider map is split. And would you like attack or defense?
We'll take defense.
G2 pick defense. All right, best of luck today.
All right, let's wrap up this pre-show and get right to it. It's going to be Evil Geniuses versus G2. Day 6 of VCT Americas starts right now.
Yes.
And they are being met with G2. Your players towards the back. Leaf and Valin respond in kind.
Oh, he's just adding bodies to the count. Jorgamo unleashing fury.
He's ridiculous today. He still plans it though, but this is such an odd scenario. They are aware of this, surely. No, for B main, they don't know the trends there.
Net baited for Trent. I think this is going to be the play.
That's the insurance policy away. G2 take it. The Ascension team paves the way.
The feeling on stage and the first day, it was amazing. Next up is EG. All the players have been in the scene for a while.
One player that'll be surprising for a lot of fans is Nature on EG. I think he has incredible mechanics. I could see him really turning up this year.
Nature pulled out the one. Tig looking to fight back. There goes Nature. Nature!
We all know how they play individually. Comparing one-to-one, like each player, my team and their team, we're individually better.
There's still a 3 versus 3. ADS 2, Jonah P. In the moment he had a double up. It is some semblance of awareness. Jonah P. still there, and there it is.
You know, just winning rounds and getting kills, getting an ace, and having the crowd cheering feels amazing, and look forward to, just reliving this experience for the rest of the year.
Riot Games Arena, join me in welcoming to the stage, G2! On the other side of the stage, 2023 World Champions, Evil Geniuses! That's right, folks. You can support your favorite team with these fantastic VCT team capsules. There's got a classic Gun Buddy player card and much more. Some fantastic art brought by some of these teams. And half the profits go to these teams. So if you're a Jorgamo fan, you're a Potter fan, well, you heard them already. Get involved and show your support in-game. Gentlemen, we have here two sides of one of the most compelling coins in Valorant right now. One of the longest-lived cores in Americas going up against a team brought together at the last moment, given one directive: step into the fire and be forged into something greater. Try and go all the way. G2, with their roots deep going up against this EG project. It's ambitious, to say the least.
Absolutely. This is something that's going to be difficult for them because, I mean, they're trying to pull against the team that got the best seed here. The team that only needs 2 wins to go forward, and G2 coming all the way from challengers last year. They definitely got a lot to prove on this stage, and I think going up against the former champions, despite all the changes, still a big test.
Yeah, big test indeed. I mean, listen, in Valorant, what we've seen so far in America is there's amazing amounts of parity between all the teams. Anyone can really win on a given day is what it feels like. And sometimes that individuality shines through for some of the teams, and it will grant them that win. Now, for EG, I think one of the benefits they've got coming into this is that a lot of these players now, they're on a roster where generally I think the expectations should be set quite low, and they are for them. They're not coming into this with people that expect them to be world beaters. A lot of people were questioning why they were even the heavy seed to begin with if the roster wasn't even intact, and it's just Jorgamo and Potter basically remaining, right? But I think these players can come into this as a fresh start. They've been given a second lease on life. Even Derek was saying at points, he's tweeting saying he realizes more than anyone he probably didn't deserve to have a second chance in Tier 1, but they've got that chance now, and it's about grasping it at the right time, right moment, and it's right here and now. Like you said, Bala, 2 wins against EG, or any of these teams right now at this point, to Madrid.
Yeah, and I think it's important too, because last year was not at all like that, right? You start a whole split, basically, and that's the amount that they had to work through, and that's how long it took for them to really get to anywhere fruitful. Now it's just this right here. You got to start strong right off the bat.
Straight away, a Cypher locked in for net there. Probably no surprises. Superman bringing the Omen out. Nothing out of the ordinary so far, gents.
You heard Potter talk about controller is sometimes a boring role, but that's what Superman fills, and he's been great in the past on that role. It's just about finding his footing, finding his comfort zone, and I think they've actually put together a team that should do that for him, right? He's playing with former teammates in Derek. He's playing on a team, I think, that should be very welcoming for him.
I'm really curious as to what they've got cooked up. They're going to be playing something standard, I think, for this map, which is Sunset, right?
Yeah.
Coming into first, so... Yeah, if there's going to be anything unusual. One of the big indicators, I think, as well, that the team hasn't had a lot of time is the initiator picks, but Nature's going over to the Breach. Might be some... when I see teams still opting into Sky comps, I think it shows that it's a map they haven't put a lot of time into, because of the Sky changes coming in so recently, they haven't had time to adjust a lot of their comps. So that's what I really pay attention to a lot of time, and you see those comps getting outvalued, but I'm seeing a Fade online. I don't know who's picking out on the other side. I think so it's Derek playing the Fade. So listen, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far early on from just the EG comp-wise. Of course, we haven't seen this team play yet. We don't know what to expect in terms of when they're in the server, but they do have another advantage, which is actually seeing one of the VODs for G2. They've seen them play on this map versus Crew. They should know what the weaknesses are in G2's play. And when they played against Crew, G2 really struggled with contact mid plays. Crew were constantly abusing that straight up mid, up the gut in Sunset, and constantly getting away with murder on that map. Despite the fact that G2 did come back and win it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, G2 were giving up mid voluntarily to some degree, right? They spread across the sites and Crew just cut noise entirely. They had no idea where they were going to be coming from.
Yeah, that led to Kessner getting some fantastic lurks at some points as well. This is a very interesting one. You're right. They saw the VOD, or they saw the Sova here. They know how to adjust the Cypher trips, for example. And I think when you think about the meta, it's really interesting because there's a new team. They aren't set in their ways anymore.
Right, Games Arena, you ready to jump into this one or what? Without further ado, it's time to head over to our casters, a grizzled veteran and a fresh-faced rookie. You guess which one is which. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much. Great to be back in the booth. We've got a banger of a matchup today, Dre, and I think there's a lot of talk about this EG roster. How good are they? How good, how bad are they? Are they going to be able to compete? Where are the expectations? I'm kind of hearing that this roster is actually quite nice.
Yeah, I mean, I made it very far in these trials with EG, and let me tell you that they had a lot of structure already when I was doing those trials, and I'm glad of the players that made this team. Superman, fantastic player. Everybody knows that I played with him for like the last 2 years of my career.
Yeah.
And he's like such a good teammate, one of the best teammates I ever had. He's willing to do anything. You heard it from Potter herself. A perfect role player, bro.
And that's really all you could ask for in a situation like this. G2 on the attacking side. Evil Geniuses in their first match of Kickoff with an opportunity to silence the new kids on the block. Remember, G2 joining the fun as the 2023 Ascension winners. Running this early comp on Sunset. You've got that Viper wall splitting the site in half. The deep dart already cleared out. Not much else going on for EG so far.
Absolutely. This is something you're going to see a lot in this matchup right now, is EG fighting for this A control, keeping the Fade there, recycling utility, having the breach stuns there. Looks like APOT's going to get first contact here in mid.
I mean, instantly right on cue, that fault line out from Nature to challenge that fight and set his teammate up. And you already see, you were just talking about the reusable utility. That's already a factor in this situation.
Absolutely. G2 now, understanding that they baited out the breach stun, they can go for the hit now. Very important.
Yeah, they have a little time window here in which they could do that. The refreshing of the smokes already, and then you've got the trip and the cam on the other side.
Poison's on.
But Net baiting out the rotations from EG, and that causes the mid push here.
30 seconds left.
B's completely open, Doug.
They should know that that's a case here too. You see the drone clearing out the trip. They start to wake their way out onto the site. The spike planted, and you already see some hesitation and some concern on the flank that could be coming. You've got Apoth who's sitting just on the other side of spawn. 2 members for G2, concerned and ready. You've got a trip to deal with as well. The Haunt's gonna come up over the top. And now you have a Genius just sort of creeping their way out onto the site. Trent catches the timing perfectly. Wow! As Leaf gets another one. I don't know how you get away with kills like that when you're stunned, but either way, numbers advantage in favor of G2. A 4v3 as the spike ticks away. Valen gets 2 massive kills. Superman falls. G2 get the pistol.
Clean post plant from G2 and good awareness of that lurk. I don't know if that's prep or just previous scrims, but being aware that Apoth likes to go for that late flank. Perfect from Trent there, getting him off guard.
Oh, I mean, they were so ready for it too. It wasn't just Trent. Yeah, it wasn't just Trent who was sitting there watching. You saw Valen was looking back for a little bit, expecting that flank, and they read it perfectly. So an excellent start for G2. They burned the clock a little bit. They baited out a lot of utility and then decided where they wanted to strike.
But look at this, Doug. This is looking like a trap play on the B main. Omen flash, breach stun off of contact. We saw this yesterday.
Oh, there it is, the cam should spot. And you said it just right. They've got the nade that's going to push out as well. Jogamo does get a little bit of damage done, finds some value. Nature still playing here.
Leaf sitting on 13 HP and Valen sitting on 48 HP.
I mean, the setup was brutal to deal with. Ultimately, they were able to navigate their way through. The gun advantage helping out here for sure. Drone out, Superman has to take a slight step back. Derek rotating over.
Not trying to cut any corners is G2. They don't want to lose any more guns into this round, Doug. They have all the info now. Fade and spawn. Bomb's going down right now.
Oh! Wasn't even a double face. I thought there'd be a little help over the top, and Derek did some damage.
Wow.
Jonah P avoids disaster.
And that's a W round right here from EG.
They drop
four guns out?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Vandal save from Jonah P though. Full buy. Coming in from both teams. And this is something you don't really see often, Doug. No bonus round here from G2, opting to just go straight away.
One down. Spike down B. Last player
replay
standing.
one more time. There's Jonah P.
Nice!
Managed to save what could have been a rough start to things, all things considered. Back into the action. You see no ults really online anytime soon. You mentioned the full buy on both sides. Light armor for everyone on the side of G2 here. And this is a big, I mean, yeah, they had to invest because they lost so many, but they've got Bulldogs, they've got Vandals. Really the whole way.
Very dangerous round. Is EG aware? That is the question. Are they aware of the full buy? Or are they thinking there's just one Vandal on the board for G2?
Early haunt out from Derek.
Good spam.
Yeah, the first piece of resistance.
Here comes the info.
Dog catching on one. The fade away onto Trend as he has utility caught out and leaves there to punish. They've established control on elbow. EG now scrambling to try to get back towards A.
And they just cut noise, Doug. Getting a raise rocket. This could be huge into this round. Re-aggro coming here from EG onto this elbow area.
I mean, a bonus here would be a dream start for G2.
Oh, but this is huge here, Doug.
Showstopper invested. Clearing every little angle he can. No resistance will be found. And the spike is still not out. It's still just now making its way over to the site. You wonder if G2 are going to want to take this fight into spawn. They're crept real far up. The dart on the other side of the smoke as it dissipates. The swing comes out from Jogamo. Valence there to greet him. Leaf joining in on it as he gets 3 on the round. That should be it unless Apoth can pull off a miracle. Ned and Leaf both weak. So it's not out of the realms of possible, but Net saves it. G2 with a massive 3-round lead early on.
Very, very doable, but nevertheless, G2 looking great. They understood from that re-clear utility onto elbow, that breach flash, that they were going to leave the site. And Leaf looking really good at the start of this game so far.
And, you know, there was a lot of conversation last time we saw this team play about, you know, does Leaf feel comfortable?
Yeah.
Is he going to be slotting into this roster well? Because it wasn't the Leaf that we expected, or at least have grown to know. This feels much more like the Leaf we saw last year.
And you know what is so dangerous about this G2 roster is I feel like they didn't have Trent online. They didn't have Leaf online for their last matchup against Crew. And they still won, beating a Kesnet who was going absolutely Super Saiyan mode on them. So if these guys play even half of how they normally play, this is going to be a very hard game and an uphill battle for EG.
That hill's already 3 rounds high with the potential for more. You see the buy for the defensive side. It's just pistols. They don't have nearly as much firepower on the other side of this.
I want to point out how cautious G2 is on these eco rounds. They're really trying not to get ecoed. It's so important because getting ecoed in a game like this just ruins all momentum, ruins your economy. It is not a good feeling for you in game. And it looks like they're ready for every single piece of aggression that EG has been throwing their way so far.
And it feels like such a testament to Valen and his calling style. You know, there were interviews last week about how it feels like he's just micromanaging every single chess piece on the board. And you see how that discipline, I think that's what that results in. But Superman able to get one onto Valen. I'm not really sure. And they've got it over there. He's gotten a second with the classic. Not able to convert on the third. A little bit of damage has been done, though. Financially, G2 should be in good straits, assuming they can win the round, and that's far from a guarantee. A clean snap out from Trent to get things to a 1v2. Nature trying to isolate the gunfight. 42 HP left. They're both going to hit him at just the right time. Trent gets the third. G2 continue to roll.
Superman finding such an insane timing on that flank, making it costly for G2. But G2 so good with these trades right now.
Yeah. Again, the discipline, that they play so well together. And, you know, again, I want to go back to the conversation we were having with Valen last week about how they have to grind through some of this stuff. And ultimately, in his opinion, it makes the team better. They're better bonded. They're more cohesive in their attempts. And you saw some of that there.
Definitely did. Look, another slow place round from G2.
Meanwhile, on the side of EG, you've got an op in the hands of Superman. Don't know if there's going to be a challenge there early on. This G2 seem to be focused on establishing some control across the middle of the map.
Fought looking to grab this aggro line. Cam spots him. They know that Omen is hopping on B now. What is the reaction from G2? Looks like they're going to work up mid. Very smart.
Nature has a fault line here, but he's really kind of on his own. You've got Superman who's joining the fray very quickly. That's an op up close. And that's not the right weapon in that situation. You see Leaf trying to satchel back and create some space. He cannot. Ultimately falling, but G2 still with the numbers advantage. The site is entirely open.
So clean from G2. Leaf going up on the box, making Superman have to look at multiple different angles with that op. Almost securing the trade, and the Sovalt coming in as well on contact. Just to seal the deal. Fatal invested here. I don't know if I agree with this, Doug.
Yeah, it's not going to tag anyone either. But they follow the carpet that has been laid. Derek looking for any target he can find. The dart has been cleared out. No ults on the side of G2 to have to worry about here. That they're going to have to get through the defenses that are posted up back in man. And so far, they've done just that. Unless Jonah P can be the hero once more. Derek's gotten it to half, and that's all it's going to be. Jonah P with 3, G2 gets a 5.
Wow. And Jonah P not missing a beat. Bringing on his momentum from his last series. He was the MVP of that game. And he's looking great right now. Honestly, G2 as a whole, looking really on point.
Yeah, they look really clean.
And look at that.
There's that high angle you were talking about.
And that Sovalt coming up.
One enemy remaining.
Beautiful shots from Jonah P to close out the round.
I'm coming. Wait. Ready?
Honestly,
nice, Jonah.
For a 3v4 retake, it looked good for a little bit from EG. Good utility. Breach C to get the guy from map out. Raise nade to get the guy from the close right cubby out. And I agree with this pause. It's perfect timing. Maybe a little bit of nerves throughout the team.
Yeah.
First match on LAN.
And you're down, what, 0-5?
Yeah.
That's good reason to take a break for just a moment and try to settle things. Meanwhile, on the side of G2, I think, again, there were a lot of questions about how they performed last time we saw them on stage and how it was maybe a little rocky. And yeah, Kesnet was a man possessed. last time we saw him on stage. But this G2 squad, I know it's early, but it does seem like they improve map over map, and that's a very confident sign. That's a very good sign if you're a fan of G2.
And you notice that their whole game plan right now is to bait out that breach utility, bait out all the fade utility from Derek, and just work the map really slow. Good reaction. They see that the op is in B main, and then they go up top mid because they know the rotate won't make it there in time. It's great, but really good ults up here for EG.
Yeah, just don't have much guns to work with. It's one issue. You've got 3 Stingers, light armor on 4. Superman.
Another trap play this time, wanting them to be a little bit more committed.
Get him.
I wonder if he's going to try to find a late timing through mid like we saw a couple of rounds ago. There's the paranoia, and Apoth is going very aggressive. The nade over the top. You've got the breach utility that's throwing them all over the place. Now you have the neural theft to consider as well.
That was a great counter flash from Valen to deny that aggro. And there it is. G2 aware that Derek likes to play this elbow area. I think he's played it almost every round so far.
Yeah, even going all the way back to the pistol.
Great punish.
Getting a really good read on the situation now. Leaf is the only one who's kind of lagging back while EG are sending all of their members through mid.
And how often do you see a solo Raze holding the lurk? Usually the Razes are the entries, but
yeah, they're the ones on site.
This is unpredictable right here.
And the trip is going to give things away. He doesn't know yet, but Leaf should get a gorgeous timing on this.
And I wonder if G2 is doing this on purpose. They want him to hunt for these kills because he's already close to another showstopper.
You're right. He's only 3 points away. He might not get the opportunity, though. It might end up being Ned who's going to have to deal with the 3-man pressure waiting on the other side of this wall. There's the trip. The first falls. The flash in the face does it better as he gets the second. Not a ton of time here. Nature's going to upgrade a weapon. That's another round for G2. I mean, this snowball just keeps rolling, man.
Yeah. And when in doubt, spray it out, you know? Full blind there. He's holding mouse one his net. If I was G2, I would have loved to get an orb on Lee for Trent, who would have had his Viper ult up for this round. Still good. I mean, and the second one.
I don't know how he gets away with that.
There it is.
6 rounds in a row for G2. An opportunity perhaps for Evil Geniuses to stifle some of that now. Op in the hands of Superman once more. And as you mentioned in the previous round, Dre, some good ults to work with. Dude, this wall just counters any early eye here.
Yeah, a little bit more aggression here, though, with the Raze being here. They are going to fight this. Giacomo getting first contact.
And getting the first kill, but G2 instantly respond.
Look at the trades.
Nature has to take a step back. You got Superman who's joined, commits the ult. Remember, he's the one who has the op. As Nature's trying to dance around blind and deaf and not able to hear a thing, having to deal with the nade at his feet, and then having to deal with Leaf 2. Not gonna connect. The shot from Superman is clean though, and he gets away. With the rocket at his feet, somehow stays alive, but even through those heroics, EG find themselves outnumbered and outgunned yet again.
And that's just so tough for Superman there. Knows he has to get another kill to even the players out. He gets punished for it. Jonah P never gonna miss those shots. Not when he's this dialed in.
No. I mean, the start to the season that he's had has been ridiculous. They are gonna pick up the op though and get away. Apoth will carry it into the next round. G2 will get to 7. And it really just feels like they're doing whatever they want on this map.
Yeah. And again, punishing that A aggression from EG. And to be fair, EG they have to take control of something when you have this breach comp.
Yeah, for sure.
You cannot just stay stagnant. So I like what they're trying to do. It's just the execution is just not there at the moment. Could be from nerves, could be from, honestly, G2 just being on point right now. Trying to prove something.
And they've made quite the statement early on. You see some of that early aggression that you were just talking about. And there's an attempt. You saw Nature's fault line there. Tried
it was a little late.
Yeah, it was. Just a second late. So the ideas are there, as you were just mentioning, Dre. It's execution. It feels like that's what's lacking. See what they're able to do here. Superman has the op once more. Maybe this will be an early satchel here. He's going to get aggressive.
Is he going to rock it? Nice little set play, but look at G2. Dude, they're all in spawn.
I mean, they freaking read it.
They're so aware.
They had the suck, they had the rocket, they had everything there.
5 people, and they haven't left T-spawn. And what is that angle from Superman? Where is he? I did not even know you could see spawn from here. And Trent still challenging.
Okay.
Even he was confused. Where'd that shot come from?
I think we all were.
Cheeky little set play.
So the op finding some value. It was off of the early aggression. I'd love to see that set play one more time because it seemed like there were a lot of layers to it. It looked like there was
so
the fault
cool.
line. Yeah, the raised rocket, the suck, everything was there. And then allowing Superman to reposition. And, you know, you mentioned it at the beginning. It felt like G2 was prepared.
Yeah.
They were playing back in spawn. They knew something was afoot, and it still finds us in a 3v3.
It's so crazy that EG had an extra layer on top of that. They knew that there was that they're pushing the enemy team all the way back into spawn, and then they have Superman posted up on that top box that can see deep into spawn when they back up. It was really sick to watch that, and they're cooking with that.
30 seconds left.
Apoth is in a really good position here, but remember, he's just got a stinger. From that distance, well, never mind. The distance works. He's got... Oh, does he commit? He does. Just Net and Jonah P on their own. Jonah P with ult, but really not in a position to do anything with it. 3 HP as he's been battered, he's been beaten, but he's now the last one standing. EG finally find themselves on the board.
Yeah. Momentum. Here we go. EG gonna be hype after winning that round.
It took a lot. I really hope we get to see that set piece again.
Yeah, I really want to see this angle from Superman on their top box because that really set up the end of the round there.
Oh, 1,000%.
Look at this angle, man. Oh, we didn't get to see it, but that was sick.
Unlucky.
There it is. Hype coming out from the EG squad. Jogamo smiling. That's dangerous for G2.
There's still
when
a long...
you see that man smiling.
Yeah, there's still a long road to recovery here, though.
Yeah.
Still down 6 rounds. You've got a ton of money on the side of G2. A couple of key ults online. They've got a lot of things at their disposal.
And if I'm G2 right here, I'm just trying to get that bomb down, get the Viper ult down. Whatever it takes, I can invest my soul vault into this.
Wow. A little aggressive out from Leaf, trying to punish on the tag.
But across the map, Trent besting Derek again. And that opens up the entire map. All info gathered now. And they're leaving the lurk here.
They might know, though. That nade, yeah, he was done. Jonah P had nowhere to go.
Spike planted.
Meanwhile, again, on the other side of the map, the pit has been invested, the spike has been planted, Nature does have a rolling thunder. Valent's in a good spot to potentially hit a late flank. You're gonna have to deal with Apoth's trip. But for now, you imagine EG, given how dry this half has been for them, are gonna invest everything they can to make it happen. The satchel straight into the pit. Jogamo looking to find the prize. Targeted, no! Trent stunned, gets him back. Nature on the trade, though. 3v1 now. Net's gonna have to do it on his own. He's gotten it down to 1v1. The cage, Net, cool, calm, collected, but Apoth is sticking in the whole way. He stops, gets to half. He had it the whole time. Oh, but stops.
Oh no. Net's so happy he won the 1v1. He didn't even run out of the bomb range.
I mean, he had the defuse. Had he stuck it, they win the round.
I think that's just a little bit first match nerves coming from the rookie.
Surely we get a replay of that one. Evil Geniuses calls the timeout, and that's going to give us a chance to take a look at this once more. Yeah, this was really nice. The drone tagged the member who was trying to get away out towards market, and Leaf went out to punish, who's just greeted with an op on the other side. This is nuts. Trent with the pit finding it. And Apoth, man, to have that back.
He was so close. So close on that defuse. And again, I think this is really just nerves from the side of EG. I think they're overthinking. You know, Apoth had it down to right. Second guesses himself at the very last moment.
You know when you're trying to like sneak a defuse though, those last 2 seconds,
it's tough.
It feels like an eternity.
It's tough. He hears him running at him the entire time. It's tough, but he had no time. He had to stick it. Honestly, it was a great trade onto Trent in that Viper ult.
Yeah,
who got unstunned.
Yep.
He could have gotten 3 there easily. So you see it, EG is playing together. They are trying things, but just not coming out on top in these clutch moments. And Superman on this op, he's actually been hitting some nice shots.
Yeah, he has. He's back on the judge now, though. not going to be a factor here. Perhaps something aggressive. You got Superman playing up very close on the barrier. The smoke to cross. Forget about crossing. He's just going to go in.
And this is so oppressive.
Are they expecting it? 2 found. The third falls. Spam on the other side ends up being his demise.
Beautiful from Supa.
I have the spike.
And man, I think I've seen this guy do this play about like 10 times in scrims and it has never failed.
Yeah, you've been on the receiving end of it a few times too.
I was on the receiving end of it, I can confirm, and it was not fun. It's never fun getting killed by the judge.
No.
And then the third through the smoke.
Yeah, that
he's
feels
just spamming
bad.
at that point, you know?
Yeah, that feels bad.
Rubbing dirt on the wound. See if they can bring this back, though. A 2v5 would be insane.
I mean, they've got the guns for it. And they're deep behind enemy lines. Apoth's timing is going to find everything he could want. The fall and there to drop Jonah P. Net once again left against the world. The dink onto Apoth looking for more. A judge and a sheriff. And that's all it takes. EG punchback.
Nice.
Games are a funny thing.
Nice. And if I'm EG right now, every round matters. It doesn't matter if you're getting blown out. You need to win as many as you can just to have something going into the next map. And they're not out of this by any means, don't get me wrong.
Last player standing.
But it does look like that G2 is just on another level. Mechanically,
Nice. Let's go, Derek.
strategically at the moment. I like that. I like the energy that I'm hearing from EG.
Yeah, feeling a little loose.
Go. A lot of mid aggro, and Giacomo just sneaks into here, Doug.
I mean, Apoth is close by as well, but they aren't really in a position where they can help each other. Meanwhile, Derek is finding success. You know, he had been picked on a couple of times back there. Superman's finding 2. You mentioned that any round is a good one for Evil Geniuses. This seems like another one.
Superman is just a LAN animal. I've got to see the pleasure of this guy playing in international lands all over the world, China, Brazil, on my team. I know what this guy can bring to the table, and he's stepping up big for his team right now. That veteran experience.
We'll see if Net and Jonah P can do anything to respond. It's all into Jonah P now. Remember the heroics. Remember the massive moments he's had so far. Potentially the makings of another one, but he doesn't realize they're going to challenge him. Oh, he heard the jump. He knows they're there. But Derek shuts him down.
Derek, too sharp.
Last round.
Great ults coming online for EG. 4 ults. Raise Rocket, Fade ult. Omen TP for the quick rotate. Here's the replay, Superman.
Oh, wow.
Perfect timing on that swing.
Yeah.
1 enemy remaining.
That's the Superman we want to see.
That's the Superman Evil Geniuses need.
Let's do.
Doesn't have to be pretty, as long as it works.
Yeah.
Take a look at that. A Nightfall, aggressive early. 2 Prowlers used to try to push them off of that A main control.
Nobody on B at all.
No, but I think the thing is, EG did a really good job of concealing how many people were part of that early trap, because they're still thinking there's somebody on B. That's why they invested the showstopper. That's why they're a bit timid in rolling out onto the site to begin with.
What kind of post plan do we see here? We have been seeing GT playing out quite a bit with Leaf playing in alone.
Yeah.
He gets spotted out here, though.
EG still have...
Interesting smoke.
EG still have Jogmo's ult. Right on Q has been used. Leaf's tucked. Leaf's tucked. Oh, but he's gotten into the smoke. How much more can he get away with? Doesn't sound like the Rocket found any value, but Jogmo continues to push. Oh 2 fall. Valen on the swing out. What a response from EG.
A slow start, but winning back-to-back rounds here. And Jogmo really heating up. That's the job we know from last year.
Sides.
That's the champion. The spray down.
Dude, him getting into that smoke. You think about it, if he gets popped by Leaf at the very beginning, he doesn't get those 3 kills. It's an entirely different situation. It does not sound like we're going to get to look at that one more time. We're actually going to throw it down to Sideshow, who's hanging out at the Telestrator to break down a little something.
Thank you very much, Doug. Yeah, this half was kind of defined by a bit of a comeback towards the end there from EG, but also a lot of mistakes at the beginning. So I want to break this one down. It's the round 3 force, and we're taking a look from EG's perspective as Derek tries to hold on to elbow control. And I feel like the beginning rounds, whether it was due to nerves or whether it was due to inexperience, had a lot of moments like this. Derek doesn't anticipate how quickly he's going to get pushed there, and you see Leaf just swing around the corner straight into his face as he's trying to get a C's online. Not anticipating the pace of G2. Let's move over onto round 5. Again, rifles online. This is insanely important this round. It has so much momentum in the series. If you've seen what happened just there, the trip got broken. And again, this is from EG's perspective. They can't see all of the minimap. And so it falls on some of these players to go back and take a look over towards mid. And the protocol is really, really slow. I'll wind it back just so that you can see that trip. Trip gets broken and immediately they're a bit slow, bit tentative. It's the Omen that goes to clear it. Whoa, there's way too many people in their face there. This is the eco round that they tried to run as well, this trap play, where they've got the Paranoia coming through, a stun coming through as well. Apoth trying to run onto it and see if he can make the play happen. And you see how far he's got to run to try to make that play work. So overall, EG had a little bit of, I think, nerves and inexperience at the start of this game that were leading to multiple moments where they gave away cheap kills to G2 at the start of rounds. The more that they can tighten that up, the more that they can actually work on making sure that the gaps aren't given away right at the start, they'll have better approaches in these rounds and they'll be able to go toe-to-toe with them. You already saw that towards the end of the half where they were able to pick up, 4 rounds apart from the one where Superman gets a ridiculous kill with the operator earlier on. So that's my focus coming into the next, is those early round fights. I'll send you back over to Doug and Baby Bay.
Many thanks to the mustachioed menace that is Sideshow. But really, he hit all the major points. I think he put it together really well. EG winning 4 of the last 5 rounds to close out the half, keeping this thing competitive because it had all of the makings of getting out of hand.
Yeah, this pistol round's so important. Going out. Already leaning towards this A. A little bit of mid control though.
I don't think that dart tagged anyone. There was a dart that hit back A main where 3 members of EGR, and I don't think it tagged anyone because of that one way.
They all had hit in the one way.
Yeah, a little bit of false info, and that should give EG a lot of room to work with A.
And it does look like it. Oh, but EG's second guessing themselves. Now's the timing they need to take.
Unawares of what's waiting on the other side. Meanwhile, it seems like a fight is afoot across mid. Leaf closing the door. Derek understanding there's at least somebody close by. They're putting so much respect into the middle of the map. You got Valen, who's waiting almost by spawn. And you're right, I don't know what it was that EG saw or felt or read, but there's enough hesitation and enough doubt to where they could be very well missing this window they had.
It's so slow. Derek purposely showing his position in mid to keep people there.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be a post plant versus retake, 5v5. How much value can Derek get in this mid flank?
That much. A 2K.
Couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, answering the question at just the right time. He's being surrounded, a bit overwhelmed as Trent cleans him up.
And he did good damage. Net sitting at 55 HP, Trent armor gone. 1-shot headshot range for anybody with a ghost.
Superman, who's had the hot hand, is going to be the first they have to deal with. The paranoia and then the smoke nature from over the top cleans up the 2 of his own. Valen left alone. Time is of the essence. It's not on his side. He's going to have to make moves if he wants to pull this thing off. Dancing around the fault line, but not able to dance around the spam from Apoth.
Just like that, we got a game on our hands, Doug.
They're keeping it close, man. Again, 4 of the last 5 to close out the half. The pistol, all of a sudden, that 0-7 lead that G2 had at the beginning feels like a distant memory.
Nice shots from Derek heating up. What are those? Through the smoke, just spamming into CT. Nature got 2. Yeah. Potter hype now. What kind of anti-eco are we going to see into this round? Are we going to see some aggro mid? Are they going to wait for aggression from G2?
We had our fair share of thrifties yesterday.
I don't know what it is with teams and just stacking early B on their anti-ecos on this defense side.
Does seem to happen a fair amount. That's exactly what's going on here.
Yeah. EG looks aware, though. Are they going to dog into here or just hold off a contact?
They're just waiting. You imagine there's a pop on the other side of the trip. Superman not phased.
Beat him.
Unreal.
This is not the player you want warming up against you.
No. No, not when he's had the last couple of rounds. He's had a flawless round for EG.
Okay. Okay, Superman.
What's he up to now?
17 and 10.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, they are just eco kills, right? Like, he's supposed to win those gunfights.
Sure.
But the momentum that gives you as a player,
yeah.
Man, like, if I'm getting those 3 kills, I'm feeling good going into every single round after this.
Yeah, 1000%.
And I can take over at that point, so.
A Bucky for Jogamo.
Airplane Bucky.
What is the plan here? A heavy stack towards B. I mean, everyone is here.
Look, very slow play. First 2 rounds now. EG going for the B pop on this bonus round. Changing the pace. It's the fastest round they've had so far.
That early smoke does such a good job at dissuading some of the early aggression. Leaf there to clean up A-Pop. You've got the dart back sight to confirm that players are out. But they're really hasty with this. There's the Bucky. Not able to find anything. Leaf keeps him back. Jogamo and Superman were enough to be handled. And now Derek's left alone. 1 onto the Guardian. Leaf and Valen both weak. I don't know if they're going to be weak enough, though. There's still so much for Derek to deal with. He's got the spike in hand, and again, the discipline out from G2, not giving him any ones, not swinging out recklessly.
And this is Trent just literally yelling in comms. I'm behind. Just wait.
Yeah, I got the time. Can Derek find anything else?
Look at this discipline.
It's so impressive. Not an inch being moved. And that's exactly the right play.
Fundamentals. That's what G2 was talking about. So Valen was saying in his interview. Just because we are a core for such a long time and we already have fundamentals doesn't mean that we're going to shy away from finding new ones.
Read for me.
And I honestly like the aggression from EG.
Oh, 1000%.
But the utility was just not there in time. Or it wasn't correct. I saw a breach flash come out, but by that time, Superman and Jaw were already dead.
It's too little too late.
Another 5-man here. Opting to take fast elbow control with satchels.
The paranoia on the left side. And you're right, a little bit pacey that way.
But 4 people already here from the likes of G2.
They didn't get the first trip from Ned either, so that's something they're going to have to deal with. The drone re-clearing elbow. It's going to be a little bit of confidence for Trent to at least throw a little shoulder.
I like that G2 isn't scared to take the space after the utility, even though they're aware that EG could be behind it. Hiding. And there's the Omen flash.
Oh, and they're going to swing out behind it. They're going to catch him. Yeah, Superman's done. Very nicely timed. The one problem is they had no control across the middle of the map. Yeah. So Apoth is in their spawn.
Apoth was serious lurk timing, but
there's no way they know. They can't know.
Oh my gosh, there's a world.
Can Leaf and Jonah P do it? They're so separated right now. And there's really no way for Jonah P to get out. He's left on an island. Reinforcements are as far away as they could possibly be. But as the time ticks away, the reinforcements get closer and closer to arriving. Unaware of where he could be. He finds value onto the first, waiting for the launch onto a second, and it's clean.
Down A.
Derek in a clutch situation.
They don't know where he is.
The element of surprise on his side. Jonah P's gonna get cleaned up.
Fatal online.
13 seconds left. The spike's not in hand. He's gonna have to get onto this. He's gonna have to do it quickly. And Derek does. The Red Bull clutch for EG.
And that is all off of Apoth. Taking that mid control, as you said. Finding the window. Derek closing out the round.
Why destroyed?
And what looked like disaster for EG, they end up bringing it back. That pre-fire from Jonah P was sick, but Derek just closing out the clutch. And all momentum has been shifted. Oh, I heard something there.
It was a cold response too. You got to remember, I mean, Derek made his name on clutch moments just like that. And it was something that, quite frankly, was lacking the last time we saw him on the stage. So it's good to see him get back into those big moments and be able to execute on them. Still find themselves down 2 rounds, though. For G2, they've got a stinger in the hands of Leaf, but rifles. Other than that, EG have gotten onto A. Apoth is dead.
Very smart from G2 to fully clear flank there, not letting Apoth get those shenanigans up mid again. That's a pretty fast adaptation to be made.
They still haven't committed to the plant.
Wow.
It's still in hand. Leaf is causing just enough delay with the ult. Ultimately, it was Valen who cleans it up, but they find the value they're looking for as the spike sits harmlessly on the site. Superman cannot convert. Leaf with 3 and G2 gets a 10.
That was a very heads-up play from G2. Clearing out Apoth in mid. They don't want to deal with that mid shenanigan. And then going for the fast retake this time with Rocket. And Leaf having a great performance right now.
I think you see it here, how much chaos and how much pressure Leaf was able to apply just by his presence. I mean, just the fact that they had the ult, right? He could not commit, Jogmo could not commit to getting the spike down. It bought just enough time for them to flood out, as you were just mentioning. Now EG with a less than stellar buy to work with.
One off a breach ult though, and it looks like they will be picking this up maybe as the hit is coming through after the breach util to have breach ult for the post plant. Free sight again in the airplane Bucky in full effect.
Remember, he's tried this already. Previously it was with Superman TPing forward with him. This time does not have that by his side. Net patient with it. The Bucky once again goes down with a whimper. They invest the Rolling Thunder. Wow. They're gonna push into this. Look at how far off Apoth is. The Stinger's great. Nature gets another one with his own utility, upgrades the weapon and punishes a third. But Trent on the counter. Nature now left alone. Nothing but a classic in hand. But the spike planted 20 HP.
Only a classic.
It went over him. He's gonna find the timing.
Oh my gosh.
Can Nature get away with murder?
Airplane Bucky.
Upgrades the Bucky, but the knife is out, and that's the wrong weapon there. Unreal.
What a recovery from G2 because of the likes of Trent getting 2 through smoke. And what a great push from EG. I was confused too. I'm like, oh, we're in a 3v5, 3v4. We're committing this ult.
Honestly, as soon as I heard the ult, I was concerned, but then I saw Apoth's positioning. He was so far up. The swing was great. And honestly, man, those are, as you know, those are decisions that you make on the fly.
Yep.
That's not a set piece. That's not something you drill. That's, all right, we're pushing, go now. And it worked out great.
I like seeing that from a rookie in the league as well.
Yeah, me too.
Apoth being that confident, that alpha to actually just run through. Yep. No fear. And create plays like that.
But ultimately, even that was not enough. G2 with the 4-round lead. They have 4 ults to work with. Now you've got an aggressive pit B main right at the beginning. Doesn't seem like EG wanted to deal with that whatsoever. Oh, he's going fast.
Fast reclear this time.
Dogma's there to greet. Jonah P investing the ult. Might get a kill on a Superman and does.
How does he find Superman?
Valen does not say, but they've drawn out the Roomba. They've drawn out the nade. And for now, that's what they're going to have to settle with. Apoth, once again, he's been a menace.
Look at how far up he is.
Is that going to be
reactive again?
Derek, patient with it. The first, not able to convert onto the second. Shot goes just a bit wide. But Jonah P with the possibility to close this round out. If you can deal with Apoth and his late lurk. He does get one. That's 3 on the round for him.
That's a huge kill.
A 2v2 now, and I feel like we find ourselves in this position a lot on Sunset, where members are just scattered across the map. Apoth falls. Net was just waiting, patient with it. He knew it was inevitable.
Very smart. Very, very smart from Net.
There's been a lot of talk about Nature and the potential that he has. Big moment here. Can he pull this thing off? A 1v2. He's got a fault line to play with 25 armor. No other utility to his name. What he does have, though, is the benefit of time. The spike has been taken away for a few moments now.
He knows now, Doug.
I mean, he's got to know. That's got to be enough for G2 to go aggressive with it. Net is at least going to get half. The spam drops. There's the fault line on the swing, but Trent went a little bit aggressive. He's going to stick it! Oh my gosh, Nature goes massive for EG!
So many players on this EG roster have this clutch potential.
That was so close to the defuse.
Yeah. Great heads-up awareness to spam the first guy.
And I think, again, there was so much time that had been burned that Trent really had no option there but to go to try to stick it. And when you've got the fault line, you've got the swing, I mean, the cards were set there, and Trent didn't have a good hand.
And it makes you think. First guy that got on the bomb, he could have defused from safety, but he didn't.
Potentially, yeah. Jogmo continuing to cause problems.
Oh, this room is going to be huge. And Nate!
Those two may be in trouble.
Oh.
Leaf tucking takes a little bit of damage. He's actually getting away with a lot here. I don't know that they invest anything else to clear him. Meanwhile, Apoth with the rocket. Excuse me, Jogamo on to Jonah P. Leaf. They're gonna know. Oh, they don't know. It looked like he cleared it for a moment. You're right. Now Net and Leaf left to try to pick up the pieces as Leaf was surrounded. Now Net on his own, just the Sheriff. Snap onto Derek is clean.
Sheesh.
That's the first step of many to go, though.
Apoth has touched their spawn, I think.
Every single round.
Like every round that he hasn't died early.
3 on the round from him. You imagine a timeout may be coming here soon, because they have not been able to deal with the constant pressure that Apoth has been able to apply.
And you could see that G2 is actively trying to stop this early A pressure, but when you're running this comp against the Breach comp, it's just so hard to win that battle. The Breach util, Fade util is just too strong paired with that Raze when he's taking early space.
Oh, it's smothering.
Limits the places that you can play.
And a timeout has been called. See if they can figure out how do they deal with Apoth. How did they deal with the oppressive utility that comes from the Fade, that comes from the Breach.
And I think if I'm the coach of G2 right now, I'm telling his team, I'm like, listen, what worked was securing mid control, making sure it's all clear. Apoth doesn't get that timing in mid, and then going into the retake. Seems like they already veered off of that. They did great on the eco round.
Yeah, they did.
Close game from what seemed like it was going to be an absolute stomping for the side of G2.
Yeah, bro, that 7-0 start is a distant memory.
So insane.
What are the adjustments on the other side of this timeout? G2 still have a lead, but it feels like they've been white-knuckling their way through these last couple of rounds, just trying to hang on as desperately as they can to close this map out.
I think they need to play more off these trips. Play a little bit more of the retake on the actual site. Don't die early. Don't try to fight for that A space because you've been losing the fight almost every single time.
Jogmo's already gotten high ground. Their early flash and the satchel across. They're going to find a little bit of space elbow.
Love this spot from Valen. A nice passive angle here. He can easily cheese a kill onto this lane.
If he gets challenged, yeah.
Here's the adaptation from G2. Take the B main space, push all the way up, secure the info.
Almost has to be like a blanket that's rolling across the site to make sure they've dealt with the late lurk. There was a slight pause, but EG now pushing their way out onto the site.
Smart reaction from EG. They saw the Roomba.
They're so patient with this. Nature's gonna have the Rolling Thunder online, which is gonna be massive in the post plant now. Valen not able to find a kill, a little bit of spam through the smoke. Has to give the position up.
Oh, no way, this is perfect.
That's gonna push them all back. I don't think it caught Net though.
Only got one.
And there's really no way for them to follow up on that. So it's not even about taking the fight to them, it's about just buying time. And that's exactly what they've done. You start to see the utility now flood over the side as Jogmo somehow gets to. But Net on the trade. As Leaf pushes forward, tucked into the smoke. Superman against the world, trying to get a second. Jogamo there too. Valen left by himself, and it's not going to be enough.
What a post plant. And like you said, understanding that that breach ult didn't connect on all the players, just using it for the stall, forcing the clock to go down, making G2 have to push through these site smokes that Superman is putting up while he's on top of that default box. Such a hard retake against that comp. And great reactionary play from EG right now. Understanding that G2 pushed B main. Okay, we can take A space now.
Yeah.
If anyone's there, there'll be one guy max.
Right.
1 to 2 people max.
Right.
Nobody's there. We know it's retake. Let's set up.
Another light buy for G2. You see the financial implications of how these last couple of rounds have gone.
And this stun is so brutal. It stuns all of lane and elbow.
It's gonna hit.
Look at this.
Just waiting for the camera
Off
to
the
get a
cam
little
contact.
info. Yeah.
G2 can actually see the corner without being seen by the camera, though. Let's see if Apop is aware here. Stun is still out. Will he ask for it? Stun will not be coming out anymore.
Meanwhile, there's a dog that just went out market, catching onto the first. And
that's that off angle I was talking about.
You're absolutely right. I mean, this
showstopper online now.
This setup has been cooking for a long time. There's so many people there. Doesn't get away with the second. How on earth has Leaf done that? Nature with an excellent response.
Another timing through mid. And this is a huge gap that EG has been abusing.
I mean, they've been making this area of the map
No
their own.
way!
Dink onto net. They just don't have the guns to respond.
This mid area is just...
I mean, it's EG's.
So crazy for EG.
They've made it their own. Can Valen pull this off? Does he have an ability to upgrade a weapon? Just has a stinger here. Does not seem to be interested in any of it. The paranoia.
What a flash.
It's going to hit both. He's going to find them both. He gets the first. He has to switch weapons. Right click, not connecting. Buying some time. Nothing but 3 bullets. Tries to grab the weapon, and it's just out of reach. Derek with a massive round, and we're tied at 11.
Closes it out. And like I said, the reactions from EG are just clinical. They know that they're not holding mid. They're finding all these timings, even with this early first blood from Leaf. And what seemed like a misclick from from Superman. Excuse me. I'm cool with him like that. I'm cool with him like that. Yeah. Pulled out his flash on accident.
Yeah.
He did not mean to do that. And they still win the round. Heroics right now from the side of EG.
And it looks like there's a timeout for dramatic effect in case there wasn't enough already.
Yeah. And Josh definitely grilling his team right now. What are you guys doing? We were up 7-0. I'm sure he's not saying that, but trying to keep them in it. You guys are so close to winning these rounds. Just close it out. Play together.
We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but it does feel like the last couple of rounds are the hardest. By closing out a map, when you have a big lead, all of a sudden it evaporates. You're feeling the pressure. Like, where have we gone wrong? You imagine that's what a lot of that conversation is right now.
Especially when you're losing 2v3s where you're up numbers.
Yeah.
You really get in your head in those moments. And it feels bad when you lose them because you're thinking in your head the whole time, I should have won that round.
Yeah,
this game would have been over already.
Yep.
All those thoughts going through your mind. And look at the scoreboard for the side of EG. Everyone equal. What was once the Superman show, he's only got 1 kill since that 3K on the bonus round. The anti-eco.
Frags by committee for Evil Geniuses. They find themselves tied up after the disastrous start. And they're in a fight now. Derek has his ult. Apop does too.
I think what you're going to see here is trying to set up Apop to get a lurk kill.
Again.
Get that Cypher ult down.
There.
And then hit a site together as a unit. This Breach Comp's so good at that. So good at setting different players up for kills off the fault lines, off the flashes. Derek has an ult in this B split.
I mean, he can be a bully if the utility is used well.
And you don't even have to invest the stun.
I know, but the setup was there, right? The dog, if it latches, there's a swing, there's the fault line. It's so oppressive. They invest the Nightfall. Doesn't tag onto anyone, though.
A lot of info gathered from that nade ult.
Yeah, that hurts. That nade at his feet leaves him worse for wear. 58 HP, no armor left.
Really important here for EG to maintain this market control. And this is so oppressive.
And really important here for G2 to win this round. They don't have a ton of money. They've kind of got to convert here.
Great utility from G2.
Derek, the first to fall. There's a paranoia coming out from Superman as he tries to scale up. Net, who has not moved an inch, is rewarded for his patience. G2 just wiped the floor with EG there. Apos left alone. And you know he's on a flank somewhere. That's going to give him enough confidence to triple face, hold the defuse. G2 get to map point.
Huge round win there. And that all came off of Leaf and Valen on that retake. Nading off Jogamo so he couldn't support Derek into market. Omen Flash comes out onto the market guy. Easy kills. Easy kills for them. Look at this retake. Didn't even see the guy, knew he was there, spammed him. And that, actually, you're right, he didn't move an inch that entire round. He sat in that corner, held it down.
With the nade in his lab.
Yeah.
Can G2 put EG away here? They finally break some of the bleeding. Jonah P has his ult online, and it seems like a very similar look defensively to what we saw in the previous round.
And you see the adaptations. No early A fight from the side of G2.
Yeah. Not really interested in it. EG, are they going to try to contact out?
Another B hit.
And it's open once more. Ned is in the exact same position as we saw in the previous round.
A lot of utility used here on this site hit for the likes of EG. Only one flash left, I believe.
He's dead. There's nowhere for him to go. Surely Nature gets one down. He swings out and gets the kill.
I know exactly where you
Cypher all coming out here.
4v3 in favor of EG, and the spike has been planted too. They can take a slight step back. The onus is going to be on G2 to reestablish control if they can. Now funneling out, now trying to take some of the space. 2 spits for Trent.
What a shot!
Has already fallen. Derek once again answering the call for EG. Jogama on the swing. No, it's Trent with the filthy flick. Magnetic.
Great molly.
And they
did it land?
I know. It looks like it's just half a pixel short, leaving Jonah P by himself. A 1v3 would be a miracle with time so short. He gets onto the first, but that's all it is.
Unreal.
Overtime on the cards.
Unreal.
Switching sides. Overtime.
And what we thought was nerves in the beginning of the game, that's completely blown over. EG full steam ahead. What a comeback. Such a sick match so far.
It's just map 1.
I think a lot of people out there were kind of counting EG out.
Yeah.
They didn't really understand who's APOC, you know? How good is Supa? Now they truly get to see why they're on this stage. Let's go. And the IGL getting hype. Love that from Nature.
They're feeling it. They're feeling it here. First round of overtime. G2 on the attacking side. No early space taken from EG other than Jogama, who's flirting with a little bit of it. But no challenge given. G2 seeming like they want to take some space mid.
Not backing down is Jogama.
Dude, that fault line, they're doing such a good job of setting up off that fault line. Anytime there's any fight whatsoever, a fault line is there.
Absolutely, and great reaction from G2 here. Understanding there is no fault line up for this market fight. The Omen Flash misses though, and it doesn't matter, Doug.
APOP does not. Took a little bit of damage, but walks away with the gunfight win, and now a momentary calmness settles over the map.
Derek very deep in this corner.
Do they clear him? They try.
Great trade.
He still gets his net 10 HP left.
Revealing area.
And once again, the round is thrown into disarray as you're seeing fights across multiple areas of the map. Jonah P cheeky with the challenging Superman and getting away with it. But APOP yet again! Valen left alone, 10 HP, has the spike in hand.
Cover going out. Talk about being there for your teammate, huh?
APOP has just been nuts these last couple of rounds.
Superman delaying that fight for as long as he could. APOP getting 3 because of that. 10 HP for Valen here.
Oh, so close. Somehow manages to dodge the damage, gets the timing on a Jogamo. 1 kill left. Battle of the IGLs. The Mind's going toe-to-toe. Nature's gotten it to half. He's gonna stick it the whole way!
Wow! IGL versus IGL. Nature sticks it.
Switching sides.
No mind games.
Match point.
He's not playing those games with Valen.
No.
Ice in his veins.
I can't believe he got away with that.
And what great play from APOC being there. Look at this timing.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining.
They're just in time to get the trade. Yep. Gets a dink onto Valen as well. He easily could have gotten a collat there. Look at this guy. Rookie game, rookie year, first land, 20 and 18 on Cypher, nevertheless.
Not too shabby. EG have the lead for the first time all map. And maybe not a moment too soon. There's a 1 round away from taking a 1-0 series lead on their debut on this stage.
Look at EG.
And look at G2. Leaf with the opener with the op. Last cannon as he pushes his way forward. Trent seeming like they're not done with this map yet.
Very good adaptations from G2. Getting the op posted onto that market line to deal with any lurk in mid, whether that be Derek or APOC, who've been mainly there.
And then
Trent
a lot.
Playing in front of his smoke this time, not playing full retake.
Yep.
Those are overtime plays right there. Great adaptations that they make.
3 seconds on fault line.
But we got 3 of the clutch gods right now playing together. And this Look at this flash off the tap. It's so clean.
It's hit them all.
Player standing.
But it's still not enough.
Planted.
Nature was able to pull off that 1v1 before, but a 1v4?
This is very hard.
This is borderline impossible. Potentially the makings of a miracle, but it's not even really planted in a position that he can do much with.
Great reaction from Jonah P, turning that flash, getting 2 on that CT push.
Switching sides.
And that's why he's called the Professor, Doug.
Overtime.
Is he?
I think that's what the P stands for.
Did you just make that up?
I don't think so, man. He's schooling these kids in the server. We've seen it. All from this first blood. Later. That's a huge kill.
Oh, it's massive.
That's the first time we've seen Leaf off on this map as well in this series.
To bust that out in OT.
Perfect timing.
Is just
Look at
bold.
Superman with a judge. Oh, no. We've seen this before.
Remember, it was 3 kills he got. Almost in this exact same place with the judge.
And you know what? Something crucial. He's not smoking it this time on purpose.
There's no way that nobody would expect that. You wouldn't expect them here.
Yeah, he wants them to walk in. Let's see, though, if G2 still decide to use utility to clear this close left corner.
Oh, and this is patient with it. The crosshair there. And the shells cause problems. He's got a TP, or is he going to stay and take the fight? Tries to get out, and he does so just in the nick of time. 30 HP, and he gets away with murder.
Isn't that crazy? And that's why EG picked up Superman on this Omen roll. So aggressive. So sneaky, he gets out.
Dude, most players, they get out after their first. He stays, somehow gets away. I don't know how he's done it.
Looks like EG overthinking it a little bit here. No info on the A side of the map.
Or anywhere on the map, really. G2 of Kanois.
Yeah, and this Viper util. This is
30 seconds
this is
left.
why the Viper is chosen by G2. They're able to feint this A pressure with that wall and orb up.
But Jogamo not falling for it.
Early
See the
fault line.
split come out. The flick onto Ned is gorgeous. You got the dart. They're going to have to try to deal with Jogamo satcheling back. 70 HP. Jonah P waiting on the other side of the pillar as he continues to swing out. Continues to take the fight their way. EG take the lead back.
Full control of that round. From start to finish.
Switching sides. Match point.
G2 missing their timing there. Waiting a little bit too long.
Yeah.
Nature able to get his fault line back up and rotate there in time to B site.
Well, and Jogamo never left either. It was,
Yeah,
it was
what a
perfect.
shot. And when he's doing stuff like this with satchels, you know he's on point.
10.
Look at that util, man.
Fucking go.
Y'all heard nothing, all right? He didn't say anything.
Let's flip and go.
Yeah, it's a family-friendly show here.
Love the excitement. Love the energy from this EG squad.
And you can feel the tension of the moment as they enter what is now going to be potentially the last round of this double OT affair so far. Both teams have called a timeout.
Yeah.
So we have a few moments to kind of break down how we've gotten to this point. For EG, I was talking to Derek before the show started, and I was honest with him. I was like, man, I'm not going to lie to you. There are a lot of people who are saying this EG roster is better than people realize.
Yep.
He kind of smirked a little bit and goes, I mean, we'll see. They look good.
They are good. Great fundamental plays. Potter putting in the systems required for them to do great, setting them up for success. The players just having to apply it. And they look like brothers out there. They look very comfortable with each other. Looks like everyone's having a good time. They all have the same mindset. And a lot of pressure on G2 because, I mean, they are supposed to be the favorites in this series.
Sure. I mean, it is really tough to say when you haven't seen a team on the stage, right? We could guess with EG
On
what
paper.
might happen. But yeah, on paper. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
You know, I will say, too, as we think about G2 and kind of their DNA going all the way back, you know, this core that has been together for a long time, the wins that they put together are usually a little messy and a little scrappy, and they have to earn them. And, you know, again, Valen was talking about this last week during his interview. That's what kind of makes up this team. That's what adds a little bit of grit to them.
Resilience.
Yeah, we'll see if they can navigate this well.
So intense. What a game. Double OT already. But EG in the driver's seat. Another op-up from Leaf. Let's see if EG is aware this time.
Remember, he was the one who controlled the middle of the map in the previous round. Or in the previous round, he had the op, was able to apply some of that pressure, take care of, I believe it was Apoth.
You know what's so insane to me?
Tell me.
Is that EG has done this A default, I think, almost every single round besides, like, bonus round. If it's not broken, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, they don't get the info on the op.
Oh my gosh!
What an entry from Ja! The awareness! He read right into that, Doug.
They had no idea he was there. That was purely reactionary.
He read right into that. Understanding somebody else broke that dog. There could be a guy there.
What an opener for EG. Can G2 respond? Still a bit separated. 3 members A, though. And they're only getting closer together.
And look, that kill allows Apoth to start his shenanigans in mid again.
And that's why you see Net so far back. Look at his positioning.
He's waiting for the top mid.
You've got the cam market. The trip has been cleared. And is that enough to elicit a response?
Getting so much info here. He's just a human drone at this point.
I mean, Apoth is taking away every single layer to this passive defense that they had. They clear the trip, they clear the cam, and they call the rotate over to B. But G2's hot to trot on it as well. It's just Ned who's here so far, but reinforcements are not too distant. Can he hold the line by himself? The one way to spam through. The suck nade not going to connect on it as Apoth tries to get the first. He does. They seem to have held the line bound, and Jonah P left alone, and they will not stand. EG take down G2 15-13 on their debut.
What a game, what a map. On G2's map pick as well.
What a fight.
Wow. Jogamo turning up. He was relatively quiet all game. Superman stepping up in the beginning. Jogamo and Apoth. The whole squad closing it out.
I mean, it really was. It really was a whole team effort. I mean, everybody, you mentioned it a couple of rounds ago, they were all fragging together. That was exactly what they needed. To clutch back this round, this map win is just so impressive.
Not a lot of people know this, but that last round was all because of Apoth. He was 100% telling his team, come B, come B, come B. And instantly you saw on the minimap they came, nobody for G2 was there.
15-13 in favor of Evil Geniuses. Map 2 on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Take my beat back. Take my beat. 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 take my beat back. Take my me.
And they are being met with G2. Your players towards the back. Leaf and Valin respond in kind.
Oh, he's just adding bodies to the count. Jorgamo unleashing fury.
He's ridiculous today.
I'm joined here by coach of Evil Geniuses, fan favorite Potter, after a really nice comeback on that first map. Now, last year, EG, they started with a loss in their first ever map, and their last map was a win against PaperX at Champions. How are you going to repeat taking a team with virtually no expectations to the top once again?
That's a tough question to answer in a short amount of time, but you know, we just have to trust each other. We have not had a lot of time to build the kind of synergy that we need, but this match rep right here, map 1, was all we needed to kind of warm up into it. It was a very slow start for us. Defense was kind of all over the place, and we had to burn both timeouts very early on. So I'm really proud of us, though, sticking in it. All of the guys were problem solving the whole time. The communications is exactly what's going to kind of pull us through and allow us to have a fighting chance this year. So it's great to see that all of the guys are looking pretty natural out there. They're looking pretty, I mean, it looked like not a lot of effort, but they were having fun. So I think that's a good sign for the start of the year.
Yeah, you could sense the comfortability. Thank you so much for joining me, Potter. Best of luck on the second map.
Oh, it's happening again! They can't keep doing this! Bro, I mean, Potter said in
One
the
map,
interview,
bro. Like, relax for a second.
of many, potentially. Potter said in the interview, well, look, this team, I mean, specifically about Superman in that case, but I think it applies to everyone, they've got a lot to prove. These guys have a chip on their shoulder. Some of them have some sordid histories with teams, you know, in Americas as well, as we'll talk about in just a moment here. But EG, after being down, I mean, there was the second timeout of the game for them was called at 8-1 in the first half.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They really had to clean house, and my goodness, they made it look squeaky. 15-3, obviously, the longest overtime we've had so far in VCT Americas.
Yeah.
This year, and George Mo, man, absolutely disgusting towards the end of that game.
I like what she says about the trust, right?
Hey!
Derek with the 100 Thieves Classic.
Wait a minute, what's that gun buddy?
Yeah.
He was a beast, though, and chip on your shoulder is exactly what I think he's displaying right here, right? He's trying to make sure that year that he just had, that was very rough. He admits it himself, Brent. You mentioned it.
Yeah.
And that was not on display here.
Derek is my boy for this, honestly. He's come out onto the stage. Listen, this map he's opened up, really stellar performance straight off the rip, I think. And he has got a lot to prove, but I think it's going to be helpful playing on EG because the expectations are going to get lowered again, right? Yeah. 100 Thieves, mad fan base. These guys are frothing at the mouth, honestly.
Look at this clutch percent. 40%, bro. Talk about rolling it back.
Rise, Derek 2022. Rise, Derek 2022.
Do we need to have a conversation about sample size or what, boys?
I mean, listen, I'm looking forward to the next map.
We don't look at sample size here. We just look at stats.
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good narrative. That's what I like to say. Speaking of which, we've got plenty of those being spun up on the other side as well. Josh RT, I'm sure, had some choice words to share with us ahead of map 2. So let's go in, and Wyatt, of course, has wrangled him.
I'm joined here by Josh RT, coach of G2, after a tough, close loss on the first map. Leaf was playing pretty well. There's a lot of expectations on his shoulders, given how excellent he was last year. How are G2 going to continue to bring the best out of that fantastic Leaf that we know?
He just has to keep playing the way he's playing, and we just have to take care of the situations where we should have won. I think it's a momentum game. Leaf is definitely like a vet on the team, providing like a common presence. So I'm not worried about Nathan, really. It's more like, can we keep our composure to close out the game?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining me, Josh. Best of luck for the rest of the series.
Similar to what we heard from Josh RT after that first map between G2 and Crew, he's basically like, things are okay. We've got to tighten up the comms a little bit more and try and execute a little bit more smoothly. Let's stay on this Leaf topic, though, because it's worth looking at him and the role he fills on this team. Seemed like a pretty great plug-and-play option here, and so far, not so shabby.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing great, but I think one thing, when you think about him as a calming presence, like Josh says, you have to see some consistency with him. And in this game, he was fantastic still, right? I think he's still kind of reaching that same level that he was on Cloud9 last year, so you are getting that from Leaf. And what's important, though, for G2 here is I'm starting to see a pattern with with not just the consistency of different players, but also the consistency of them on Sunset running away with leads that they had in these games. And Leaf slowing down, I think, is kind of part of that.
But honestly, I can't fault Leaf's play. I mean, this guy, he put up an above-average performance for most people in that role. He really went above and beyond. But genuinely, it felt like at times, players were scared to fight, like on G2, into one singular player.
He loses this round, by the way.
His counter, yeah, they lost that round where he gets a three-piece. I'm like, the entire time I'm saying, why are they fighting into him when he's got a showstopper? Leaf gets three kills. They still lose the round because of these small little moments where, I don't know, they're just scared to fight together. You felt like just the weird timing's being taken by them. Heading into Icebox next, by the way, which is a map that we have seen G2 play. And it's another map where they had a really slow start at, actually, when they played against Crew. Couldn't get a handle of the way that Crew played against them. So there's a lot of footage once more for EG to really take a peek at.
I would say, though, on Icebox, they were running that Brimstone, right?
The Brimstone was cooking.
And it was cooking. And I think the ideas that they brought to that map were working. It was just a matter of the adaptations that we were talking about how Crew was playing against them and how that wasn't quite working.
The A retakes. That was what was really, really suffering for G2 playing on Icebox. When Crew were playing for that backside control on A on their attack side rounds, and they were trying to get in, they just thought they were going to be given and granted all that space. Kesnet would just rip away two of them. Now, is there going to be a heavy hitter on the side of EG to do that? Maybe Jorgamo, but they were struggling in that regard where they weren't given the perfect optimal conditions for their retakes. Retakes on B were good, and also their takes on B on their attack side were really good too.
The retakes on B are simple with the Brim, right? Just throw the one-way down. The question I have here for EG is actually how are they going to play without the Demon 1 jet that they used to be able to run? Like, not necessarily on that map, but Jogamo's not that player who flexes in most of those cases. For the longest time, it was Boostio, it was Demon 1. Now Jogamo has basically to play that role, probably. I would have to imagine that he's going to do that, so let's see.
Crew were so aggressive they disrespected G2, walked up on them. Have a look at this.
What?
Deadlock.
And Gecko.
All right, you gotta give it to me straight here, boys.
Duelist.
What are we expecting here?
13-0, one way or the other.
Straight. Give me some wobble in there. Give me a little
I mean, so
leeway.
Cloud9 were experimenting with the deadlock on this map on Icebox, and they were doing some crazy stuff with the barriers. They were throwing it up to block off the retake potential. I've already talked about the difficulties of the retakes occurring.
I'm telling you right now, they saw that in scrims or something, they started stealing it, and they're like, I don't know how this actually works. Watch, EG is about to cook. Potter is so good at coming up with new things for her team.
All right, we need to find our footing. We're still reeling after the deadlock pick, so let's find out if this one makes it to a map 3. And to back your casters, here's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Hoover. Dre, we've got to address the deadlock in the room here. Talk to me about deadlock on Icebox. I know there are a couple of people who feel very strongly about this pick. In your experience, what have you seen?
So, I mean, I think everybody thinks that Deadlock is a useless champion, but I've had the pleasure of scrimming against EG with this roster and Jogamo playing on it specifically, and he is a monster on this character. You're going to see a lot of cool things that they do with the stun around that 410 area on the A site. You're going to see this guy run it down after he throws his little trap. It's crazy the way that Jogamo plays it. It's almost like a duelist. You're going to see it. I know it. I know it.
Just a few moments away from kicking off this map again. You've got Deadlock, which was obviously a ton to talk about there. You've got the Gecko to work with the two no duelists on the side of EG. Meanwhile, G2 convinced that Jet is the way to go. They're running the Brim E2 with the Viper.
Yeah, two definitely off meta comps on Icebox. But Valorant has looked cold on this Brim. Even in the last series that they played against Crew, he was looking dominant. And look at how much value this early wall gets. You're gonna get so much info when they start breaking it.
And it's gonna take a while, right? You don't have the weapons to spam it down quickly. You've just got pistols and knives, so.
Yep.
Think about it, we're 30 seconds into the round. They haven't made it very far.
It's super oppressive. There's so many traps and so many flashes on the field right now.
The dash forward from Leaf, the spam out on Superman. He tries to land the shots. He was lit up, and it did not matter. Superman with the opener, 20 HP as he goes for a second dip.
Look at this timing from Jaw.
And he's behind him. This was borderline flawless. Superman was the only one to fall, but he got his.
And you already see off the rip the setups they have. We're gonna throw the Deadlock trap right in front. Get the info that there's multiple players there breaking it. Protocol, one way goes up for a Superman. Molly goes back yellow. Easy kills with the classic there. It takes, what, 2 shots to get a kill?
Yep.
And then Jogamo just sitting there, wrapping all the way around. You're going to see really good setups here, I'm telling you, on the sides of EG.
We'll see what else they show. You can't imagine they deviate from their plan too much here, given that G2 isn't going to have a ton to fight back with. Same wall as we saw in the previous round. This time a little bit of exploring from G2 confirms that there is a turret watching the middle of the map.
Very quiet.
And Suman's holding his tight angle. Wonder how much more space they can find up.
It seems like Apop is aware though that they could be lurking around this kitchen area because Jogamo is already trained on that angle. He's not giving anything.
Oh, he's about to have to deal with what's on the other side. Oh, the timing.
Oh.
They've gotten into kitchen. Does Jog know? Yes, he does. Drops net. I don't know that he's expecting the second though. As Leaf has quietly and carefully gotten around.
Oh my gosh, he got hard swung.
What? I don't think his gun was out in the animation.
Something just clicked in his head last second. Wait, there could be a guy up kitchen.
That's just wild.
That's why this guy's on this team.
EG looking to put together another flawless round. Of course, Caster Curse. But it's another round in favor of the defensive side.
Beautiful. All guns saved too. 3 Spectres, a Guardian online. Full buy from the side of G2. And that's just such a hard fight to win with a classic, Doug.
Oh, 1000%.
Enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Now, I wonder if there's going to be any adaptations already from the likes of EG, knowing that they gave all that space to G2 up that tube area. I'll have to keep an eye on that as the round progresses. And it looks like they're already putting their KJ here. Apoth. Aggro turret to control that area, just as I said. Great adaptation already made. Trying to check G2.
You've got the 2 centers down B long as well.
Look at the setup on the B side. I know that G2 is all lean towards A right now, but if they do go B late, look at these traps.
And you expect them to have a pretty strong defensive side, given that you're pushing into a double sentinel comp in Apoth and Jogamo, but I mean, even just looking at the mini-map, that looks like it sucks, man. Like, where do you go?
And this is so sick from EG. They put the traps on B, already leaning towards A.
Yeah. There's so much passive info. The knife just tagged 2 people A. You got a little bit of noise mid.
Oh, here comes the flash play.
Leaf has to take a step back. Jogamo going forward. You mentioned it. Holding W. Apoth falls. Jogamo from up top, and now they finally find out that's where he is. It's a bit of a scrap. They drop the wall down, and they force G2 to reset.
G2 is going to run into those traps that I was talking about, but that kill in mid
30
makes
seconds left.
Superman have to rotate off, not being able to play off these trips, but it delays.
Yeah.
Is it enough time?
There's the second.
Both traps, and now you see the value from the deadlock. Can they delay the plan? Viper Molly should be coming out anytime soon from Superman.
Another one out. You're right.
Spike down B.
Oh, Jogamo falls. A great response from G2.
10 seconds left.
A 1v4 for Derek. Surely too much to deal with. But you see some of the gimmicks. You see some of the plan behind Deadlock. Great response from G2, though.
And had Trent not gotten that kill in mid early on, maybe Superman gets 2-3 kills there with everybody being stunned.
Yep.
Very big possibility, but just the impact of that kill alone allowed G2 to take that B long space for free. And I really like what they did there. Dropping the wall, fighting the site, not letting EG play that delay game that we know the previous roster was so well at playing, especially on maps like Pearl, Icebox. So similar in terms of spamming and delaying post plants, or delaying the plant.
Oh, it's aggressive out from Leaf.
I like this from Leaf. We're 4 rounds in and he's already using Jet to his capabilities of getting on this top mid box.
See the different positioning on the sensors from Deadlock. This time a little bit further back by Yellow. Seems like they could be able to get onto A. Pretty free though. I mean, it's just a knife and then the molly.
Is he stuck? Is he? I think he has to shoot the wall. He's stuck.
Yeah, you're right. Leaf doesn't get to play the game this round.
Sets him up for a late lurk, I guess.
All part of the plan. Valen feeling some of the damage. Jogamo from up top, able to take one with him. As Nature swings back in, and there it is. The round is done. Leaf is left alone. There's that late flank that you were talking about.
This poor guy, I think he had to break it once his team all died.
Yeah.
But from what I said earlier, Jogamo plays this deadlock as a duelist. He got first contact there and repositioned 2 different times, and still nobody else from his team got contact before him. He got the first blood.
And you're seeing a couple of instances now where he's playing it on the edge, right? He'll go out, he'll take a fight, and then he'll get away just with enough time to get a wall down, throw things into disarray.
And I like EG's game plan overall here. Jogamo starts B, puts the trips
10
down.
seconds left.
On his way rotating to A. He's walling off mid so that late lurk doesn't come through. They have the KJ turret or alarm bot holding that tube area. And it just allows them to have 3-4 players on the site by the time the hit comes. EG cooking with this comp.
Take a look at that one more time, and he swing out.
One enemy remaining.
Derek just continues to look good, man. He looked good map 1, hasn't really slowed down here.
Just suffocating them on the site from every angle. And Derek has this ult online, the Gecko ult. Do they use it for retake? Do they use it for aggressive info? Gotta keep a lookout for that. Jogamo one off the deadlock ult. Tug, we might see our first deadlock ult.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we'll see if we get it this round. Drone early, Jogamo rotating over. Holding onto the wall for now.
Oh, you hear the Brim Molly coming out. Is that for yellow? Look at the stun!
And the spam! I mean, they've got these protocols drilled.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. They get the wall down, they still have a sensor up. So even if they need to, Superman can give up the space and they still have control here.
Yeah.
Poison's off.
Very wise of G2 to work up on this A space. They know that B is basically just a fortress.
Yeah, but again, so you figure out that Deadlock's util is B. You're still gonna have to deal with the KG util on the other side of the map.
Yep.
They've gotten this far. How much further can they get? Trent up in Nest.
And EG is very comfortable here of giving the site because they have this Gecko ult. This retake's going to be huge. Look, here it comes.
There's the first.
How many people will he get with this?
I don't know that it tagged anyone. It was just a little bit out of reach.
Huge kill from Trent. Doesn't get out, though. There's the
there it is. Oh, net got. Oh! Derek's going to take it the whole way. There's really no reason to challenge or do anything with it.
Wow. 4 on the round. Already building up to another deadlock ult. And this is what I'm saying. He's 8-2-3. Wise early timeout from G2. Things are getting out of hand right now. These setups seem ridiculous.
Deadlock believers rejoice. You're starting to convert.
Unbelievable.
The doubters, and I mean, I'm one of them, to be honest. But this looks really good on Icebox right now.
Look at this. It's actually the perfect ult for this map because there's so many corners that you have to clear.
Yeah.
And this comp that they're running, they have so much utility to clear those corners and play the retake. They don't even need a duelist. And when you have Jogamo on your team, who like makes every character look like a duelist anyway,
yeah,
who cares?
Yeah.
You know? Like, so oppressive.
Jogamo is the go himself. He doesn't really need it in the kit. A 3-round lead for Evil Geniuses. An excellent start. And the scary thing is, Dre, is it feels like they haven't even really shown everything with this deadlock. All of the setups have just been B. Yep. They haven't had to reach into the playbook for much more.
Sometimes winning before they even get into the setup as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And for G2, against a comp like this, what you want to do is you want to try to bait out as much of the utility as you can while picking the right site to hit on top of it. So it's not easy. It's not an easy thing to break these setups without being punished. And we've seen that 2 times with the yellow traps that I've seen. What I would like to see from Leaf is maybe a dash on top of yellow.
Yeah. I mean, if they do end up B here, this is a little different. Previously, we've seen some of the Killjoy utility kind of leaning A, but they have nanos on top of the sensors here. They've got their hands full with this KJ deadlock combo.
And I think this is EG's prep. Being able to see G2 play on this map previously, putting all their deadlock utility towards that B side, with Superman as the anchor with these Viper mollies.
I mean, this setup is brutal, man. As soon as the sensors trip, the nanos pop off, Superman swings, and the round is over.
Yep. The only success G2 has had so far has been fighting into the B site.
And that's obviously much easier said than done when you look at the minimap. Maybe Trent can find some space.
Here.
Only person with rifle on G2 side is Net.
Poison's off.
EG is just so confident in playing this A retake. Oh, Apoth. Jiggling the tube.
There's the rifle. That was the only rifle they had. Derek gets the best of them.
It's a fake, though.
They dart back sight, but again, I mean, you have so much passive info. It doesn't matter if you necessarily bite a little bit harder on this fake because you still have all this utility. Oh, they're ahead of it, though. Wise to it already. Oh! First one found.
Should be traded. Oh, Jogamo just barely misses him.
What? You know,
I mean, we didn't see it, but we heard it.
Yeah. Didn't have to see much. You got the brimstone up, backside, Apoth sidestepping it. How much further can they get? The problem is, Derek's walled off. They had to clear the wall for him to finally be able to join in. Still has some util. And they're gonna swing out right onto it. Derek getting the kill onto Leaf. Nature and Apoth, the only two that stand. Not a ton of health between the two either. Time short.
Should be a save.
Yeah.
What a great round from Leaf.
And they, I mean, we've been talking a lot about Deadlock and how good she seems and how they're doing really cool stuff with her. But that's one of the problems. When people talk about Deadlock, they go, oh, well, you can just slow walk the sensor.
It's not guaranteed info.
All right, exactly.
It's not guaranteed.
And there you see, that's a perfect example of that.
Yep. Just that second timing that Leaf took. Honestly, that was a huge first blood from Derek there.
Yeah.
On top screen. But Leaf, just finding that timing, doing so much damage. He hit everybody. He hit all 5 members with 3 kills.
That's a big round.
Really stepping it up for his team. And good ults online now from the likes of G2. So although they're losing 4-2, they've been focusing on building those ults. Maybe they can snowball from this point on.
Early wall up online.
What is this? The Deadlock op. Ranked is going to be very fun after this game.
You wonder here too if EG are kind of leaning into the false sense security that G2 may have. You know, they figure out, wait, we can just slow walk the sensors. Now you're gonna have to deal with an op on the other side, and there it is, value found. Leaf on the trade though.
1-for-1 usually leans for their attacker's side though. Now they don't have to worry about this Deadlock utility on the B hit.
I mean, this is a painfully quiet round up until this point.
I want to point out, EG is so smart for not over-rotating to be here.
Yeah.
Because that's the expected reaction, right? Your Deadlock dies. The op is down. You saw 2-3 people towards B. Look at Thought. It just confirms it. Superman pushing all the way through B, getting the info. They're so confident this is an A hit right now. And what can they do?
Yeah, you've got the KG util holding mid, and that's going to allow Apoth to rotate over to A early. Derek with the flash confirming there is at least one.
You should 30 seconds left.
The lockdown's there. Are they going to be able to find their way out? Nature surely is not. You've got Derek and Apoth who are playing just on the edge of it too. Should be able to find safety, but there's a flank out from Superman. There's a flank out, but it seems like Ned is ready.
Taking his time, though, is very, very, very smart from Superman.
Timing is everything.
Is he going to clear this?
Who's more patient?
The half clear again. Just so unlucky today, it seems like.
Been a problem a few times.
Yeah.
Derek and Apoth still have a shot at this, so a 2v3. They've got some util they can play with.
Early molly out.
Yeah, making sure there's no playing on the other side of that box. Wingman is off.
Uh-oh.
Wingman's
not halved.
Wingman's dead. Just like that. You're right, not able to get it halfway across the finish line. Apoth has taken so much damage. Derek has to play a little bit aggressive here. Tries to isolate. The fight's not able to connect onto the second.
Wow.
Apoth is not around for long. That's another round in favor of G2.
Us pro players, we call that the forbidden triangle setup. You got one on belt, you got one close gen, you got one 410. The triangle.
Please tell me that's actually what it's called.
Yeah, we do call it
Forbidden
that.
triangle.
Yeah, the forbidden triangle. And you know what was crazy is we're putting the KJ ult down, but we're not waiting. You know, we're going early and catching them off guard. So the mind games from G2 are already playing a factor into this game.
Interesting buy on both sides. You hear the blades online for Leaf. He's gonna have to get through the pit and the wall and the sensor.
And they see this and they're like, yeah, I'm good.
Forget it.
I'm good.
We'll try this side.
We might try to flip here.
Derek has his ult again.
Late drone, perhaps, from Jonah P. Into this one.
What? Derek does not have his ult available in this round anymore. Oh, that's a good flash.
Great flash, but no committed kill there.
No, but it was close. You see Dogma is now trying to join in on the fray. Maybe get a kill. These spams with the sheriffs proving to be a problem.
And EG just play off of each other so well there. Three different people peaked at different times, but the perfect times.
There's so many smokes here. The knife is going to tag a little bit. They have to take a step back. Trent is really far up, and he's by himself. Will they leave him here? 45 seconds left in the round. There's plenty of time.
What a mid-round right now.
They make a ton of noise to suggest they're leaving, trampling their way B. And then there's silence.
EG very smart, though. Not biting on any of these feints.
No.
That G2 have thrown so far.
And this is not off utility. This is up close and personal. Trent waiting on the other side of it. He has to jump spot and try to clear both. APOS with 3 on the round. The Sheriff doing work.
Oh, so close.
Just one bullet left. He's going to have to take a step back.
He has ult.
Reload.
He has ult. And he's out.
Planted.
And the flake's coming into
it. They're going to have to take the fight to them. They're stuck on the site. They have no choice. Superman on the flank. Just a stinger. Is that going to be enough? They know where Ned is. He's dropped him. Another clutch moment from Superman. He does it again.
The Clutch King. Huge round for EG. A dodgy buy. Being down numbers. Not biting on any of the feints.
And there were plenty of them.
And let's talk about this rookie APOP getting 3 1-Deags in that round. 3 Deagle kills.
Terminated.
There's the first for the Red Bull clutch for EG. They
Beautiful.
That. I mean, they played that so well.
So many clutch moments from this team so far. Talk about 9 and 5 opting on the deadlock again.
1 away from his ult. No concern mid here. No presence mid at all. The early knife, they get Jogamo on an aggressive angle.
How's APOP up here?
APOP just joined him. What a flash.
Oh my gosh.
Here.
Duelist KJ now.
They just decide to turn it on in a couple of these rounds. Derek gets the kill. Look at how far up that wall is.
Did he get a spam kill through the mid smoke?
He's so far up. Net falls. Trent maybe finds something special there. He does. He's gone so far up undetected, but if they don't find any room to work B, it's not going to matter. Leaf with high ground, able to take care of Superman. Numbers advantage in favor of the defense, so.
Oh, the timing.
Spike, scooped up. Leaf creeping forward, spots Derek.
Last player
Is that enough for the rotate to come through?
What is Derek on right now? I'm not even seeing any of these kills, but I'm just hearing 1 bullet at a time. And he's just getting headshots.
He's efficient.
He's online right now.
The destroyed trip should confirm where Trent is. No armor.
Does he invest the Viper ult in this 1v3? That's the question.
1v3 with no armor and 76 HP.
He does.
Question answered.
Huge round here if Trent wins.
42 HP now. The potential to do it on his own. He gets the first, tries to spam out, not able to get away. A big investment there, but success for EG once more.
Yes, sir. And you know what? I think the KO is very smart there. Oh shoot. Hey, Pod, the rookie feeling himself. Trying to get in the heads of G2. I like it.
Hey, up 3 rounds. You're dealing with the deadlock. KJ on the other side.
Oh.
When Derek is feeling it like that.
1 enemy remaining.
Look at that. This little pixel.
I mean, we might see the Derek of old.
I got him. This team is so fun to hear.
Op still in hand. This time a little bit of focus mid.
They're aware of Jogamo opping in the bottom mid area. Repositions.
He has his ult back.
I can't wait to see this ult. Derek has been an absolute menace on this side of the map. The flash connects on both. And that allows Nature to creep up here. Is G2 aware of this push? He might be able to find a crazy timing.
Once again, the cutting of noise, the introduction of doubt.
So patient is Nature, not overextending.
The silence and the starving of information.
Very smart right here. Nice bait and switch that's going to go on. Derek's going to get first contact if they walk through the main.
They're headed right to him.
How many will Nature get is the question.
I mean, he can just let him walk by.
Look at G2 just...
Oh, it's...
Nancy, they're selling a fake here.
Again,
But
remember they
Nature's
tried
getting
this
all
at the
info.
beginning of the round.
Nature should get all the info here and call it's a fake, but the rotation's already coming in from the likes of EG.
Nature, his moment to strike is now. But again, it's only one because the rest of the hit is intended to be Leaf finding the space to get the spike out onto the site. It's going to be planted, courtesy of Net.
And Superman trying to get ahead of that timing, but barely off. A second too late on that one-way. Gets punished by Leaf.
Placing swarm grenade.
Dumping some of the utility at the foot of the spike. And Knife confirming there's nobody close by. Jogamo with ult, with op.
Beautiful.
Back yellow's already confirmed. There's the ult. Did it tag? Oh my goodness, what a shot from Leaf. Derek has already started to defuse. He has to take a step back for just a moment. He's the only one left up. And the barrage of utility from G2 was just too much.
Great post plant. Great post plant. And that's all off the likes of Leaf again at that B site.
Yep.
Besting Superman in these 1v1s. And I like the idea. I like the idea from Superman. Realizing that it is a fake. A second sooner, and that might be a whole different round, right?
Yep.
That one-way pops up before Leaf sees him. He's able to cross to yellow. Get a couple off those deadlock trips.
Nice. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Keep playing this fucking game.
Oh, man. It's a lot of aggressive energy from both teams today. I don't know if like these teams just hate each other or something, but maybe a future rivalry that we're getting to see right now.
Timeout called from EG here. They're still hanging on to a 2-round lead. It seems like there's enough for Potter to want to get involved in the conversation.
Yeah, and Potter really known for trying to win out these type of rounds, right? Where the money's dodgy, trying to catch enemy teams off guard. And they practice things like that in scrims, specifically. There's a lot of rounds where I was playing and I had enough money for just a solo Vandal. And Potter would be like, hey, just go for it.
Yeah.
We'll set you up. Go for it. See if you can win this round. So really practicing in multiple different ways is the EG squad.
Well, it seems like they're putting that trust in the hands of a couple of players here. Derek's going to have a Guardian. Apoth is going to have a Phantom.
Scrappy buy, but they practice moments like these. Here you go. This might be one of the first rounds we've seen KO towards the B side of the map off the rip.
Yeah,
the likes of
right.
EG. Early dagger here. Jogamo taking that aggro space.
Leaf was tagged. So he's not able to take an early peek and dash away or anything like that. Meanwhile, Jogamo, as you were just mentioning, aggressively creeping forward. He's going to find a timing on the drone, but Balin was there. He was ready. He had his back. Great response from the leader.
Great fundamentals.
It looks like Nature's going to try his hand at this as well. Has a Sheriff.
Just creeping up, trying to get info. I think Nature spotted Sova there. And Leaf just loves this close angle.
There's a lot more than just Sova on the other side of this.
Yeah.
But it seems like that's enough for EG to have seen and call for the rotate. Derek has made his way over. Leaf already dashing back sight. No one back yellow. There is a little bit of resistance, though. Waiting on the other side of the wall, and that Brimhold is perfect.
How's he alive?
HP. Derek gets the best of Alan. Superman ultimately falling. Leaf playing in the smoke. What a rat. Peeks out. Gets a kill onto Derek. It's perfect. The timing is methodical. It's flawless. Now Nature and Apoth left alone. The Phantom still in the hands of the KJ. It's going to be a late push towards mid. I know that you're going to get enough room to work with. And a 2v4 like this, there's no flank. There's nothing like that. It would have to be ridiculous.
Here.
Weapon scooped up. Do they go for this? They've waited a little while. It seems like they're going to try their hand at it. Apoth lit up. They both fall. That's another round for G2.
That's so hard to play against. 5 rounds is looking pretty good for the likes of G2 against a deadly defensive comp.
A double Sentinel.
Double Senti.
Yeah.
Honestly, triple if you count Viper. I feel like Viper is basically a Sentinel. Let's be honest here.
Sure. Take a look at it one more time once again. well.
Of course, Derek gets a headshot wallbang.
Yeah, spam through smoke.
You know what we're finally seeing, Doug?
Nice, let's go.
We're finally seeing the Leaf that we saw last year. The GOAT.
Yeah, he's
the
getting more
Destroyer. He's 12-7. I'm pretty sure his headshot rate has to be through the roof right now. He's been beaming this half. This is why G2 picked him up.
This feels a bit more aggressive as far as where some of this utility is from EG. And you've got the the alarm bot further up. You've got the turret further up. We've talked about this wall a couple of times, B, but it seems like they're a little bit more intent on pushing aggressively.
G2 right now just trying to bait out utility.
They've waited out the wall. They've cleared the turret. Apop is going hunting.
Like he is.
He's by himself. And Trent seems like he knows. There's no flash over the top. There's nothing like that. You've got Valen close by.
And this whole round has been set up to feint this B pressure. Wow.
Leaf is up by himself. Oh, he's up by himself. Derek gets a kill, but it seems like he's gotten past the Viper wall. He's going to get away.
If he had gotten that kill, all of G2 are ready to just book it.
Meanwhile, there's another fight mid.
30 seconds
Apop
left.
waiting. Valen dead. A 5v3
Great net.
VG is perfect. Jonah P falls to swing out
he
from there.
overheats.
It was so close. Net gets the best of him. Invest the ult. They're so paranoid of another flank that Nature's still looking back in spawn.
Are you gonna spam him here?
They're gonna try. They're not gonna get the spike down. It's too little too late.
7-5 half.
Switching sides.
Derek online right now. 13-7. Leaf 12-8.
I mean, this kill was
30
nuts.
seconds left.
And you know what? I don't blame Leaf for going for these plays because honestly, half the rounds they won on attack were because of him going for stuff like that.
Yeah, a
the
little
contact jet
misdirection.
plays.
Yep.
Which I think was a great adaptation that G2 made. Because like
A 7-5 half in favor of EG. We're going to throw it down to Uber, Brennan, Sideshow, and Balla to talk a little bit about Deadlock's utility and his setups.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Deadlock getting picked here for the first time in VCT. We're going to talk about that also. Brendan Hook, hit the gritty right now. There we go. Big go. Now we've got everything.
Let's go! Let's go!
That was, okay, so ridiculous. Obviously, G2 want to push up deep on that B side.
Is that a
they can't do that.
recreation of what we just saw?
Is that what that was?
Yeah, they were cooking.
Right, it wasn't one of them cursed cakes you had to bake for content and other...
No.
Tell us about this real quick, because G2 cannot get onto that B side to really set up and play that deep brimstone-based hole.
Dude, they are cooking. I mean, this wall on the pistol, you can't get through it. They have a re-clear setup with the Gravnet, and Jorgamo's just fighting it like a duelist. He's buying the op. I mean, this really stumped G2 for the first quarter completely.
And then the sound sensors too. You get the wall in mid. That trap sleeve, bro. Look at him. He can't get out. It's so funny.
Dude, that's brutal. That's actually brutal.
Watch the rest of his team die.
Watch the value here. Watch the value.
Yeah, the
Grab that into the stun, dude. Leaf has no. I mean, he's getting destroyed. But still, I'm really curious how this is going to work on the attack side.
The ult. Yeah, the rebound ult.
Oh, it's
nasty
so good.
business.
Dude, that ult is going to be so good on the attack side as well. That composition, it might look really defense-sided, but it's got really big ultimates to work with and a flash dizzy combo. EG are going to cook on the attack side too. I'm telling you, they got the strats.
That thing is crazy. Any combination with the dizzy is insane. And then you also have 4 mollies or something like that. These executes are going to be tough, guys.
Yeah. To be honest, it's kind of credit to G2 that they actually managed to figure stuff out on the fly, but it's not over yet. They only managed to get 5. And like I said, I think they're going to be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it feels like it's taken every little bit of calling prowess and discussion to see, how animated everyone's been on G2 to try and figure this out. Let's get the second half underway. Back to our casters. Brendan Hook, hit the gritty yet.
I was just going to hit it.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think they just made fun of us. I didn't hear what they said, but there was a whole lot of laugh at the end of that throw. Ball was talking about how the Sideshow was talking about how he really likes this Deadlock on attack. We'll see if he's able to find any success with it. You're already seeing some of the dizzy combos. Nothing found yet.
And if you're G2, you do not want EG to get the bomb down because of those 3 mollies, because of the Deadlock ult. All the utility that they have, you have to disrupt these hits.
There's so much to navigate. You see the defensive killjoy utility towards A. That's where the spike is headed for now.
Nature holding onto his knife still. Just creeping up. I like these contact plays on A site. Apoth on the rope as well for backup.
They're quiet with it, but there's help here. G2 have 3 members and the
Comes the
Killjoy
hit.
utility. There's the first clear. Jogamo died on the opposite side of the map. They're trying to strike simultaneously on opposite sides, and there it is.
Wow.
The trap has been sprung. Clip runs dry there for Trent. Apoth up in heaven, 48 HP. It's just Superman now.
Crucial kill from Valen there. Nice setup from G2. And that's what I was speaking about. Disrupting the
30
hit.
seconds left.
Wall comes up, utility comes up, trades everywhere. Poor Gecko dies, planting the bomb.
Things you hate to see.
Poor guy, man.
Superman does have full armor.
10 seconds, though.
Yeah, not a ton of time.
You get to see him get shocked right
10
here. Oh,
seconds
no.
left.
Oh, it whiffs.
He has a chance. Valen low.
I mean, it's a slim chance, but there is a chance at it. He only gets one.
You just never know when this guy's in the server.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Valen's gonna get the defuse. That's now 3 points towards his ult. That's a big round for G2.
For the party.
Yeah, and just a nice setup, nice contact play. I liked what EG was cooking up, but the trades ultimately came through for G2. Maybe the utility wasn't as good as it could have been after they broke that Killjoy Molly onto site for the actual hit. Maybe a knife.
Maybe
Something would have been good on the actual hit.
Yeah.
Make sure that Viper wall doesn't go up.
Here. We'll see what they do here on the side of EG. It's just a ghost in the hands of Apoth. What do G2 have?
Heavily relying on Leaf to anchor this B side. Quite the difference compared to EG, who had Superman there.
Yeah.
Most of the half.
He's got the Bulldog. He's been tagged. There's the challenge.
Beautiful.
I mean, you have to force a swing there, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know that you tag the Jet, probably have a better gun, but you try to punish.
It's just a gun diff at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Not much you can do there, but there's always a chance. If they get that kill and he doesn't dash out because he got knifed, that could open up the entire map again, right? So you got to go for it, like you said.
Starting to hear some of the rotations come through as G2 cleans up EG in flawless fashion.
Very clean round.
We're tied yet again.
Huge round here. Valen getting close to that Brim ult. Nobody really close for ults on the side of EG. Just kind of going through the motions in that eco round.
Enemy kill.
That is 2 first bloods there for Leaf at that B area. We'll see if they decide to switch his positioning up this this round. Still at B, on top of yellow this time. Looks like he has a really good read of how Jogamo likes to play this side of the map.
A little bit of space taken from Jonah
This
P.
is really aggro.
Yeah.
From a Sova.
It seems like they want to keep going, too. With Valen over his shoulder, they're taking some of this space.
And I like that. Leaf just doesn't like what he sees there. He's like, I'm going to back off. Let me play some spam. Got the KJ Molly to delay. Plant.
Or picked up for Derek. A little bit closer to having that ult online. Spike's not even in hand right now. EG are just wanting to feel things out, see if they catch anything. Meanwhile, that aggression defensively from...
Super aggro.
Yeah, Asa just keeps coming. You're forcing them. You're corralling them and funneling them B.
What a shot from Derek. Wins the 1v1 on Leaf. And this opens up a lot of options for EG.
Where do they go with him? Look at how...
Look at Apoth.
Yeah, he's been so patient.
They're going to come back. He heard the rotate.
30 seconds
This all
left.
stems from that kill, Doug.
Can Net cut things off at least a little bit?
Oh, Derek too aware.
Yeah, he's got to know. He's got a Vandal too. Cleanly dealt with.
The third.
Spike planted. Last
Valen and
player
Jonah P
standing.
left alone, and it's now
Wow.
just Jonah P in 1v5. It's a great response from EG.
And it all stems from that pick that Derek got onto Leaf, all the way in the back of B. Opens up the entire map. Makes G2 be loud about the rotate. Apoth, not scared to take that space back from G2 and challenge if they are there, ultimately. And then, I mean,
Derek doing Derek things, killing 2 more people in mid. That should be traded 100%.
Oh, for sure.
That's what happens when you go up against the likes of a player like Derek, who's mechanically very, very talented.
So EG take the lead back.
Gecko Wall online that quickly, Doug. That quickly.
And it's early.
Look at that.
Sit down.
You mentioned how aware Derek was there to clean that up. Net may have had a timing.
It all stems from 3 HP. You guys can have him.
Up in the hands of Leaf. Still playing top yellow.
He's been solo B, I think, almost every single round so far. So nothing really changing from the likes of G2 setup.
No. We're going to get to see this Jogamo Leaf duel again.
Yeah, this time Jogamo really pushed up behind the box. So Leaf is aware of this. It's not an angle that you usually pre-aim. Oh.
That was close. Jogamo now starting to creep forward.
Now. Oh, this is so crazy. It's a game of centimeters.
Oh, it's so tense. Oh. Procs the dash, lands the shot. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ult has been used. The space has been taken. They should be able to get the spike down.
And this is
Fallon is ult. There it is. That's going to delay for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, G2 seems like they're going to send a couple across the middle of the map and maybe hit a late flank. Superman wise to it.
Oh, poor guy.
Fails his mission. They've made 2 attempts now at committing to getting the spike down.
You want more?
Maybe third time's the charm.
So much delay utility from G2.
Ult got picked back up. They finally managed to get the spike down.
How do you retake this, Doug?
And you've got numbers, but it's still a big ask. You're right. Fallon has no smokes. You still have the wall you can play around.
Here's the opening.
Nature trying to snap onto Ned. He cannot. G2 cracks this thing wide open.
Beautiful.
I don't know that his fit's going to be enough to pull this one off.
Yeah, this is a save. This is a save.
You let this one go.
And EG actually doing the same strat as pistol round. That was the whole idea. Jogamo, lurk up B, 4-man hit on A. This time, G2 not playing on the actual site, but still delaying that plant for so long.
Yeah.
And Leaf besting Jogamo again at that B side of the map.
Oh, yeah.
Bye-bye.
Still got it.
And that retake was gorgeous.
And you got to think maybe Jogamo has to play this B side of the map a little bit more patient because Leaf so far has had his number. Maybe he thought Leaf was already rotated off.
I mean, he was plenty patient.
He was.
He waited a while, but you're right. It just wasn't enough.
When you're in those positions where you have to lurk, though, you have to wait for your team to do something on the other side of the map.
Sure.
Had he had waited a split second longer for that Gecko Wall to come out, maybe he hears Leaf fall off of the B line. Maybe Leaf will peek into him then and he's ready, dialed in on his crosshair to get the kill on him.
Nature's used his ult.
Look at Valid.
Away at A.
Great Gecko flash.
Not able to find anything yet. That's a deep wall.
But the Viper Molly on the bomb.
Jonah P has to wait on the other side of it. You start to see the spam to try to clear it out. From up top, managing to survive the opening shot of the op. A 3v3. Spike's still not planted. They might flip this. Superman's gone exploring. I don't know that they can. Yeah, it's too far up. Jonah P's clean with it. And now you have a fight on 2 fronts yet again. Can Superman find the timing? Can he find the space? Surely he's not expected here.
I love this from Superman, Doug.
But does Nature creep forward to draw some attention, create some space for Superman to take?
He has to.
There's the first swing. It doesn't connect, and now
30 seconds
you've got to
left.
understand that there's likely a flank. Trent trained.
Did he see him?
On the angle. Takes a little bit of damage. They're both weak.
Great Molly. Can he make it to B in time? Ops to stay.
15 seconds left. I don't know that he really had much of a choice. He still has to deal with the 1v2. They're both very weak. 42 and 50 HP.
Surely not.
He's got plenty of armor.
Oh my gosh.
He's got plenty of time. No utility. Guns on the other side. Trent.
Great jiggle from Trent.
The first leg shown.
Wow.
And Leaf cleans it up.
Oh. What a jiggle.
That was perfect.
Shows him an elbow. Baits out the shots. Leaf already knows what to do from that point on and saves the opener of this round. And EG, they look good on their sight hits, but not able to get that bomb down. Maybe need to plant in a different spot. Maybe plant more in the open, where that Viper molly isn't landing on default.
The retakes have also looked really nice from G2.
Very confident in the retakes.
Wow, nice try, nice try.
NT. They sound like us out there.
Yeah, NT.
NT.
Leaf still with op, 1 point away from Blades. And they've won, G2 have won 4 of the last 5. You're starting to see perhaps some of the cracks of this comp and its lack of efficacy on the attack side.
Beautiful setup.
Perfect.
Straight down to the smoke on the orb. The whole idea is if the Gecko Flash comes out from Rafter, ooh, he can't be seen.
Gonna be using the ult. Down you go. Little guy was on solo mission there.
Basically just delivered the bomb to
go. You hang on to this. G2 with a 2-round lead, and they're just continuing to roll.
That was a great first blood. I'm gonna break it down again. That smoke, the whole point of the brim smoke on the orb was to deny Derek's Gecko Eye from seeing him. Allows him to get pushed up in the aggro spot. We break the turret for our teammate. We get the first blood. Beautiful. Beautiful setup for Leaf there. And this is what we see G2 do so much with their previous duelists, whether it was Saya, whether it was Tex, setting them up for success.
Yeah, they did that really well there.
So important to do that. Leaf finally having an amazing performance.
I mean, he's gone aggressive again, eh? Very reminiscent of what we just saw.
That's that conditioning that deep smoke on the orb.
This time Jonah P's up with him. This is a really nice defensive setup from G2. You've got the alarm bot mid, you've got aggressive space past 410A, and because of that, you can lean 3D.
What?
I don't know how or where that shot came from.
So Jonah P has been playing that spot quite a bit in Nest that sees the Heaven walk up. So I don't know if Apoth saw that in a previous round and pre-aimed it or he just flicked them, but huge first kill for them.
I'll see if we get that on the replay.
Here's the reaction for
G2.
G2.
Want to go mid. Superman's there.
Perfect.
Him and Apoth locking this area of the map down. Leaf and Trent with plenty of money.
What a cool flash.
No real teammates to work with. The wall's going to keep him back. Trent drops the first. Still a 2v4.
Oh, surely Leaf heard the step in kitchen.
I would think so.
Yeah,
yep.
he did.
That op is staring right at it.
Still so tough for Leaf here.
They're just so heavily outnumbered.
Yeah, this has got to be a save.
Yeah.
Honestly, if he can just get out with the op, that's a W for G2.
Yeah, I don't know that Trent has the same.
Going for it.
A shorty.
Oh!
Ill-advised. They both fall. Yeah, they have plenty of money. It'll be fine, but a huge round from Apoth to keep this thing close.
And I speak so much about fundamentals. We get the first blood on the side of EG. What do you do after that? You already have your massive players towards the B side.
Oh, just saw a knee. Is that what that was?
Yeah. But this right here, this replay, so aware, EG, that G2 is going to want to try to even the numbers, try to get even again, right?
Yeah.
They have to make a play and just waiting for that aggression, punishing both of them and not going down.
We'll see here what they do on the attack side. Jogamo has his ult online. I believe this is the first of the attack side. See what ideas they have with it.
This smoke just causes so much doubt in the minds of EG. Is there a guy pushed up? Is there a guy in that smoke trying to finesse us? Now they know, but having to risk your body to get that info is always rough. Look, they're still worried about it.
They still have plenty of time to work with, to be fair. Apoth has his ult, Superman does too.
Sound sensor up.
What is the setup here?
I think Jaw will be using this ult on the hit.
I think Nature's waiting for his knife too.
Let's see if they make the adaptation of changing the plan spot.
Nature's knife on mine. There's the flash.
Viper ult comes out in reaction. Does that?
Oh, it didn't hit.
Oh, it whiffs.
Fallon trying to find
so
some
much
safety.
utility.
There's nowhere to go, but he somehow manages to dodge all of it without taking any damage.
And this is a very deep KJ ult.
He's gonna creep forward. Oh my gosh. Is he gonna get the timing? Gets one, gets the second. Fallon not able to get on the third, but the damage has been done. He's bought the time. They get the spike down. Numbers in favor of G2. And Op in a situation like that, that's gonna be tough to find value with Superman creeping forward. Pit still in play.
This wall too. Does it block him? Does he have to jump over it? No,
It's gone now.
down.
Are you expecting Derek here? No. No, you're not. Oh, he's not able to get the second. A 2v2 as the spike ticks away. There's not a lot of time for this. If they're going to do something, they've got to do it now.
Wow.
The fadeaway, leaving Net by himself, having to take the fight into the sensor. It will not be found. We're tied at 10.
Giacomo placed that sensor at the start of the round and gets value with it that late. So clean. Different layers, able to fall back, aware of his utility like that. Derek, another ult online.
I mean, this play from Balin was massive.
And honestly, he did as much as he could in that moment.
Yeah, he really did.
That's ideal for you. You getting 2-1 right there. Should have been an easy retake.
As like a last desperation attempt, for sure.
And I don't know who Superman killed there in screens, but maybe a little bit of a fumble from the side of G2.
We're right back into the action. We're already seeing some of this early aggression from EG towards B. They get the sensor down. They know the op is on this side of the map.
Cool op skin. Must say.
Tarek has his ult online.
Go. Oh, he gets him with
landing. Is there a challenge?
Too scared to peek. Good orb up. This guy needs to get out of here right now. Run, brother.
I mean, he's trying.
Run.
Manages to find safety and solace around the wall.
If that was any other character than Jet, you have to crouch walk your way all.
Yeah, 1000%. I mean, all these rounds just feel so tense. Think about how much time has elapsed, and we're still in a 5v5 setting.
Yeah, Op already rotated all the way.
Apoth is really far up, but Jonah P gets that kill. You imagine that's the lurk, and now you can turn attention towards B. But you've got the ult that's gone out. You've got the wall that's cutting off things back in Snowman. Making things really difficult, but Giacomo having to push forward.
He doesn't get punished for this, though.
No, he's been funneled into the fight. Superman's there to help him. Jonah P on the trade. Nature should be able to get the spike down with no real challenge.
Super has to go huge here.
Does Jonah P have an angle here? No. This ball has been up a long time.
What is going on? He just walks through the orb.
A 2v2. Nature was detained, but bought his time, and he's been patient. He hasn't moved at all. Both from up top. Jonah P with 4 on the round.
On it.
He gets it. The ace from Jonah P.
The Professor.
I mean, I'm starting to believe the name now. The eye by power ace from G2 at just the right time. Very quick shout out. You got to follow Eye by Power on socials. They'll be giving away a PC every single time an ace happens. Go ahead and tweet at them. Hashtag unlock your ace for an opportunity. And if you win, make sure you let Jonah P know. Send him your thanks. That was a filthy round. Oh, he's playing to the crowd now.
He looks comfy up on that stage, man. And Superman, I mean, I said it. He had to do some heroics there, and he really did a lot.
Yeah.
He got 3 kills in mid somehow.
But then Jonah P happened.
Schooling him.
And that takes us to a timeout, courtesy of UG.
I mean, these games have been so close, so evenly matched, it feels like.
It's crazy to think, too. I mean, this is for a playoff spot.
Yeah.
For either team that loses, obviously, there's still a chance at this. They'll have to dance one more time. They'll have another opportunity to make it out, but you certainly don't want to have to deal with that and then potentially play-ins or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. And the narrative so far has been on this defense side for G2, disrupting. It truly has.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a clean 5v5 retake yet, post-plant, any of that. Playing against the comp very well, understanding what they need to do, and this is new.
They're up really far on this barrier.
2 new players opping right now. Giacomo op on the board, Net and op on the board, cycling these things.
Are they gonna
that allows Leaf to go aggro, yep.
Yeah, they're gonna go aggressive B here.
First time they've done this, by the way.
Oh, they're just waiting. They're ahead of the knife. Yeah, they're ahead of it. They don't know, but Giacomo still hits a shot. The Hunter's Fury as Valen tries to find his timing, gets a kill onto Nature. And once again, the round thrown into disarray.
Here's the reaction, Doug. Taking fast mid control.
And APOP finding value with it. Trent trying to trade it back, and he cannot. APOP continuing to impress.
I don't know why Valorant just walked through the smoke like that. He had all the info. One bot broken in mid. There it is.
Shout out Wingman.
The little guy finally got it down.
Numbers in favor of EG. Jonah P's weak. Net has the op. You imagine you just try to save it here.
Oh, this is huge.
Player standing.
Wow.
Yeah, that should decide the round.
What a round from APOF, man.
Again, man. Like, he continues to step up in these big moments.
This player has been making the right decisions reactionary.
Yeah.
It's just been
Every
sick
time.
to watch every single time. And you know, yeah, he gets punished sometimes, but he understands that he has to take that timing in that small window that he has, right? Because if he doesn't, the round's over and you just lose. It's very nice having a player like that on your
Can
team.
that save the op? They know where he is now. The money's not great for G2. This is big.
KJ diff?
We're not going to get to see it, are we?
KJ diff?
Can he dance around and stay alive? Oh, he doesn't get it!
I mean, that's tough, man. You go for the no-scope. No-scoping in Valorant is very hard.
I mean, no real choice there.
Yeah, you had to.
And so now G2 call a timeout. The money's not great.
Perfect first blood. And I thought Jonah P was going to get tremendous value with that Sobol.
I thought so too. Between the Sobol and Valen in an aggressive position. But just not the case. Yeah, you see the money there for this side of G2. It's not great.
That was a huge round to win for G2. I mean, for Evil Geniuses.
And again, the implications of not being able to carry the op over are massive.
And they saved their op. This changes the entire pace of the defense side of the game for attacking as well. Now that there's an op on the field on the attack, you're going to see a lot less aggro peaks out of G2. And they don't have an op back, especially. That causes the defense to play differently. That might give EG the room to actually get a bomb plant down because people will be hiding backside into these areas. They're scared. They don't want to even jiggle.
Right.
Against the likes of Jogamo.
And for good reason.
A couple mistakes, you know, like Valen walking through that smoke, even Nature trying to walk through that B main area gets caught out. It's a game of mistakes right now.
Yeah.
Who's gonna make more, Doug?
Or who'll make the last one even, yeah.
There you go.
Just pistols for G2, light armor on 3 members, but imagine most of the conversation was on what's going to take place in the following round. And for EG, if you're in this position, you just want to get through this as cleanly as you can. Save all the weapons you can.
Yeah.
It sets you up really nicely.
I think if I'm EG here, I'm trying to build this KJ ult. I know that the buy for G2 is dodgy.
Yeah.
I want to farm these orbs. But he's on an island over here holding for the aggression. Which is fine, you know, safe play. They do have the KO ult. Will they invest it into this anti-eco?
Again, I would think they want to get through this with investing as little as possible.
That would be ideal. And just stack up your ults and just go for broke on the last round. Get the dub. Obviously, you got to win this one first, though.
Right. You know, you mentioned how much an attack side off would slow down the rounds, and Dre, it feels like they've been pretty slow as
You
it
see
is.
it, huh?
But yeah, you're seeing it in full display here.
No one is. Even backside of A.
Yep.
Trent is just jiggling her after. No one's there, though, but
30 seconds left.
Well,
KO ult invested. Double lurk in mid. The KJ turns down. This is clinical.
they've managed to slip the net. Net's going to fall.
Wow.
There's a late flank out from Valen, but it's just not enough. Leaf with 60 HP, trying to get some high ground. Jonah P down low. Too many
people
targets
to look
deal
at.
with, but APOP does not care.
Oh my gosh.
Still managing to find value.
He's the truth, Doug.
He really is.
He's so good.
Trent has managed to upgrade a weapon. See Dizzy go up top. Jogmo, nice bit of HP. With the op in hand, it's all on to Leaf now. Time short, weaponry not great.
Is nothing.
The tap a threat. Derek potentially.
Nice.
Yeah, he should be able to get away too.
Close the round. It wasn't as clean as we thought it could be, and the op is not on the field, but I do believe APOP will have enough money if they want to get an op into this round. It looks like they're opting not to.
Oh, it looks like, no, yeah, you're right, they
Across
won't.
the board. I would not be surprised here if they take early control B, give Superman an orb, give him the bomb plant with the KJ ult down, so he's safe, and the Viper pit comes out. That's what I would try to set up into this round.
Oh, I think on the side of G2 as well, you see, because of how they've managed their finances, Leaf is able to carry an op and Blades into the last. So if they do want to go B, they're going to have to get past this thing first.
And they have the utility to do so. The question is, can Leaf finesse all this utility? And the op is up, actually, from the likes of Jaw. Didn't see that. They did decide to invest it back into this round.
So much money.
But they're going to dry swing right into Leaf, I think.
That flash didn't tag.
It's off the angle. Kind of scary.
That's the second time the Dizzy's been used.
I don't know if they're ready for this now.
Oh.
The jump spot is perfect.
And the swing behind it.
Couldn't kill him, though.
Yeah, you're right. That was gross.
That
Really
could have been
cool
round
idea.
over right there. But look at APOP already working the A side of the map. And fought Superman. Apologies. That's my boy, you know. We're cool like that.
We've seen this approach before. A little bit of noise made B, APOP takes space A, and it really opens up the map on the attack side. But I don't think they want to end B here. Not with where that wall is, not with where that sensor is. The tension continuing to build. 30 seconds left.
You should run.
APOP with the ult.
30 seconds
KJ
left.
should give them the sight. And if they get bombed down, Doug, we've seen how deadly this comp can be on post plant.
They're going to have to wait it out.
Here comes the delay.
But is it going to be enough delay?
He's pushing Raptor.
He's so up. He's so aggressive.
It's such a huge kill.
It's 1 for 1. 13 seconds left. Spike finally scooped up, and it seems like it's going to get planted without any further disturbance.
Superman one off ult.
Ned on the flank. Ult not finding anything. They put the sensor down, though.
Chagamo needs to go for an early kill here.
And Net needs to find value on this flank if they want to pull it off. Superman unable to land the shots onto Trent. Lee falls value free on the round. There's the pit.
Oh my gosh.
Can Valor move forward? There it is, Net on the flank. Superman left alone.
2 mollies.
Trying to find comfort.
2 mollies and it lands perfectly.
In the pit, 7 bullets. Is it going to be enough?
They're in a blender.
He gets the first. Valen weak. It's not going to happen. The Red Bull clutch for EG as they're headed to playoffs.
Superman.
What a play.
He's so clutch. He's so clutch, Doug. Look at him, 22, 15, and 12.
An outrageous performance. We're going to take a look at that one more time because we can talk about Superman, but man, much like Sunset, a team effort. APOP aggressive, Jogamo doing Jogamo things on the deadlock, and then Superman dancing around the pit here like this, using his spits perfectly.
Put him in a blender. He put him in a blender. And what a showing from this EG squad.
And I think with this series, there may still be some doubters, but they've been put on notice. This EG squad, yeah, it may be new, but it's not like they're any worse. They haven't taken a step back. These guys are here to play.
And that was hard fought.
Yeah.
Starting the entire series down 0-7, bringing it back and winning the map in double OT. I mean, we've seen resilience, we've seen fundamentals, clutchness, individual prowess. And I just want to shout out APOP. I don't even know when the last time was this guy played a match. It's been years.
And he had an outrageous debut.
It's been years since APOP has played a match, Doug.
Plenty of support from the EG faithful as well.
Potter did a great job bringing this kid up.
And you can tell the preparation too, everything that they had cooked up on Icebox.
What a win. A great showing from G2 as well, man.
Yeah, they look
They're
good.
not an easy team to beat.
No.
And they very well could have won this series as well.
Just a couple of rounds.
Couple of rounds, man.
Maker. What a wild close
guy,
to a series, dude. APOP is the truth, man.
He's so good. And I have a feeling the analyst desk is going to talk a lot about this rookie.
Potter's still the GOAT. Jogamo's still him. And then you've got all of these rookies who are showing out. There's a lot to be excited for, man. And again, G2 looked good, right? They did a lot of really cool things to keep it competitive, to stay in the fight, but ultimately it was the preparation, it was the rookies stepping up on the stage for the very first time.
And it's hard playing against like a random comp like that. Even if
yeah.
you're aware of what the other team is going to run, like there's a lot of rumors that go around the scene, right?
Sure.
Oh, this guy might be playing this, guy might be playing that. But when you're actually in the server and you're up against it, how do you play against it?
Yeah, that's
it's
much
tough.
easier said than done for sure.
It's so hard to do. I mean, deadlock, like what is going on here?
Yeah, and they had so many layers again to their defensive side, and yeah, the attack side was a little bit closer and perhaps a little bit more uncomfortable, but they look drilled, they look prepared, and they're busting out something fun. And again, I think Deadlock believers rejoice. There's a lot to be excited about. We're going to throw it down to Wyatt, who's standing by with Jogama after their big win. Wyatt, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doug. I'm here for the Verizon post-match interview with world champion Jogama. Can we make some noise? Congratulations on the first win of this season.
Thank you.
On a map playing an agent that we've basically not seen globally at all. You got to break down for me, why did you bring the Deadlock into Icebox, and what was it with you playing her that you realized, like, oh, this is something that we can actually win with?
So I mean, I could play anything. That's not the problem, you know. So like, you put me on smokes, you put me on Sentinel.
Talking that talk.
I can play it all. But hey, like the Deadlock was definitely like our gimmick pick that we had for the time, and I just know how to like set my boys up. Like set my boy Superman. That boy was farming, so you already know.
It was going crazy. All right, so of course it's you and Potter, the two people that have stayed with EG into this year. This was the debut with the new team. How did the two of you approach this season, having to do this huge rebuild?
So we approached the season knowing that like we have nothing to lose. Like people already praying our downfall. You know, this is another year for EG getting the downfall. But hey, like me and Potter knew that whatever team we can pull together, we'll make it work. Like that's as simple as that.
For sure. I mean, world champion duo. Can't dispute that. Can't dispute that. One thing that was so standout to me was that on the player cams, when we were getting some of the voice comms, there was so much hype with you guys. Like the excitement was there the whole time, which kind of reminds me of last year, like, when you guys had Booster and everybody going crazy too. Like, what's the difference in the communication and what's been the same with this team compared to last year's?
Yeah, so we have a couple of vibe people. Like we have Superman, we have me and Derek, and you know, we all just always watch each other's back and we make sure that we hype each other up, because that's the, you know, when we're having fun, it's just another game, you know, that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is coming into now your second year with EG. In what ways do you think most significantly you've grown as a player throughout all this time? Starting last year, your first game was a loss till winning champions, now debuting with a win. What's the growth been like for you?
Yeah, the growth is definitely just building the confidence. It took me a little bit for that first year of franchising. I think it took us like the whole like Americas, but then halfway through, you know, we had the like Demon 1 set us up, and from there, it's just like been a spark for all of us, I think, from the old core as well.
100%. I mean, you can't start the year any better than this with a win. What's the key to continuing this momentum for the rest of the year, for the rest of Kickoff?
I mean, we're just gonna play confident as we can, because like you guys can see the shooters on our team now, so yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, can we make some noise for Jogama one more time? All right. We're going to send this off to a break, and then we're going to be back in the post-match with Potter for a bit of an interview with some of the members of the desk. Don't go anywhere.
Rachel, you okay?
No. I live with a broken phone. I can't trade in.
Okay, that's dramatic. Better plans for Ryzen. Everyone can trade in their old phone and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with AI on them.
A new phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Wait, I'm on Verizon. Can I still get it?
Yeah.
I gotta trade this in, right?
New and existing customers can trade in any Samsung phone for a new Galaxy S24 Plus watch and tablet, all on us. That's up to $1,800 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
And they are being met with G2. Your players towards the back. Leaf and Valin respond in kind.
Oh, he's just adding bodies to the count. Jorgamo unleashing fury.
He's ridiculous today.
Welcome back, everybody, to our post-show here. Just the one game today, but my God, did it deliver. I'm joined by Derek, frying today. Rather good to see you.
Thank you.
And, of course, Potter with Sideshow.
Yeah, I'll give you the fist bump.
There you go, yeah. I don't quite
across the room, yeah.
Capacity, yeah. What a great showing. Obviously, it's really hard to gauge expectations for a team like this coming together as it did. Potter, really quickly want to start with you because as a coach with your team last year, you stood at the pinnacle of Valorant. I think there's no other way of putting it. And we saw the emotion and elation in that moment. But today also looked pretty special to you up there as well and the rest of the team.
Yeah. You know, last year at the start of the year, it was a much slower start than any of us on EG would have hoped for. So for me, this year, it was really important that I put a lot of focus on that not happening. You know, I think even last year going back, if we had a different start, the confidence levels and how we band-aided our problems in week 2, week 3 following thereafter would have been definitely different. So this strong start for us as a new team that, you know, we don't even have confidence in ourselves quite yet, it's pretty incredible.
Can you talk to me a bit about how you build that up with players? Because, I mean, you know, obviously, Derek, you've been at the top before, but you are still working with a bunch of people who aren't that experienced. And Apoth, it's been ages since he even played a match.
Yeah.
So is confidence in the sense that we belong here, we can do this, is that something that you've had to kind of heavily work on?
No, not at all. I think all of the players, I mean, they're gamers. They have so much ego and confidence already. I don't need to do that part. But the confidence and the trust, right? I mean, Jaw is the most aggressive Raze, the most aggressive player in Valorant, bar none. There's not even debating that, right? But him wanting to go all in off his read and trusting that his homie is going to come back him up, that sort of synergy, that sort of rep. You know, we do our best to be able to react optimally every time, but you're going based off of a coming from your teammate across the map, right? And so reacting instantly and just trusting that the info across the board is the right one, I think that's the kind of confidence I'm talking about. Is just trusting that this is going to play out the way that it did in scrims just last week. You know, we've seen this round before. We know how it's going to end. And just being able to visualize the start and the end, I think that's the biggest goal for the squad.
Derek, I mean, I'm curious on how you felt sort of walking out there today, because last year, you know, a tough one, ups and downs. I'm sure you felt like you had a lot more to show. I don't think it's safe to say there's a chip on your shoulder. We saw the classic skin, we saw the gun buddy, you know, I mean, I'm sure, you know, you've got your feelings there, but, you know, do you walk out there feeling like, man, I have a ton to prove still?
Yeah, definitely. This was definitely my redemption year. I've tweeted it a bunch. I think personally I had a lot of expectations for myself. I don't think the community did, just because of the awful year that I had, which I don't really care about that opinion anyway. But yeah, I walked on that stage, I felt home.
Can you talk to me a bit about the difference in terms of how you're approaching this year within EG? Because a lot of the talk about 100 Thieves was like, we were maybe trying to play too perfect, or, you know, we were a bit scared, that kind of thing. EG last year, and Jorgamo in particular, scared isn't really a word that particularly comes to mind when you associate that with EG's run. So has there been a bit of a like mentality shift for you in terms of how you're approaching the game?
Yeah, definitely a big mentality shift. Like when I first joined and I played with Jaw, like exactly what Potter said, he just runs it down, no fear. And I feel like I excel with someone like that on my team just because if I know he'll do that and he won't hesitate with any of my calls, that just gives me a lot of confidence in myself too. And I feel like the team thrives off that as well.
Most of our strats names are called on Jaw. It's on Jaw. It's on Jaw, boys. That's what we're doing.
All right. Well, then I have to talk to you about the deadlock pick. I mean, no one else is going there. And to be honest, you're not the only coach that's cooking up some mad stuff, because Loud are also running like the Phoenix and the Breach and the KO and all sorts of stuff. Do you think there's something special about the meta at the moment? Or is it that you felt very confident that you'd already kind of understood the basics with that run to champs? Like, what is it that's allowing your team to innovate when actually it looks like you had some of the least time to practice and get stuff together, and you've got some of the least like super experienced players and that kind of stuff? Shouldn't you be the team that's trying to play catch up, and you seem ahead already?
Yeah. It doesn't look like it's Sideshow. We did have the least amount of time. But there's no debating it. We did have a little bit of time, not a lot of time rather. But it was just like last year. Kickoff showed us, you know, we busted out the Euro pick on Pearl, and that was kind of my cook as well. But it's the first tournament of the year. There's just not any info on any of the teams, so it's just the perfect timing. On top of that, the Sky Nerfs came in, the Lotus changes came in, double controllers not as needed as it felt like last year. So all of those things in line with this being the first tournament of the year, and we had that week off, it just made sense that we overcooked just a little bit here. But also on top of that, Deadlock is in the hands of Jaw. It's just another special agent. Firstly, Jaw is able to make any agent work and play it like a Raze, and we're able to like fill the gaps of missing the space maker in Raze because of Jaw's play style. So we're able to really be really clever, even though we're missing some of the pieces, and the trade-offs don't feel that detrimental in the rounds because you have a Jaw. So it's we've been able to have a lot of fun in our scrims, but it's just an incredible start for the squad this year.
Yeah, I mean, we're really excited for the future, another EG run that starts on a great page. And you guys said you didn't have a lot of time to prepare, so you had to buckle down. I wonder how much time you guys spent looking at the mini-map, you know, especially yourself there, Christine, because we spend a significant portion of our lives, I think all of us, looking at the mini-maps of Valorant, but how well do we know them? Yeah, we're playing a game, that's right, it's game time, baby. Let's play map memory. The game's simple, you have to draw the map as best as you can from memory.
That seems simple.
Yeah, really straightforward.
Simple.
Yeah.
You've played the maps tons of times. You must know them.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to get these knuckleheads to go first, or we're going to bring Potter and Derek up?
No idea.
All right. Yeah, we're going to bring Potter and Derek up. So you guys can walk over and head straight over to the wall here. We'll introduce you to the tech. We've got
See.
Brandon Barlow standing by.
Coach, you first?
Then you draw.
Well, I'm going to leave you guys up here. Just by yourself.
We'll do somebody comes, you're going to help it out, okay?
All right.
So just stand wherever you want. I mean, actually, that's incorrect. You should stand on the mark.
Sit down.
There's one there, there's one there.
Oh, see that.
Godspeed.
This is our camera, Derek.
Yeah, here's how it's going to work.
He's just
Did you guys have practice runs on this before?
No.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah, we've been doing scrims with this there.
Gotcha, okay.
We're going to help you. Give you a quick fly through of the map, right? I think we all know what this particular map is. We played it earlier on in this series. And you guys are going to have 90. We're going to give 90 seconds? 90 seconds. 90 seconds. We've got plenty of encouragement, by the way, from the wings to try and draw this map as well as possible.
The whole map?
Yeah, the whole map.
Well, yeah, listen.
Just a bomb
Graphics and everything.
No. I want to see every freaking leaf on every... No. You're going to have some time, obviously, to connect up the sites here. So we're jumping. There's your two sites. This is Sunset. How about you?
Yeah.
It's tiny.
That's tiny.
All right, let's start with B main. Start with B main. B main.
Okay. Yeah, we got...
Yeah.
Main, love that.
Yeah.
Filler.
That's it.
Oh, that's
What
good.
is-
Yay,
it's
we're
fine,
doing the
yeah.
best.
That's good enough.
We're up to the races.
That's pretty good.
Some backside, some boba action. Oh, okay, we're going big now.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
B is enormous. It's enormous.
Yeah, B's kind of. Well, we can just remove that. Remove that. It's fine.
Clear screen? Oh, you just.
Oh. Hit that erase tool. All right.
Okay, well, it's okay. We'll act like it's a little bit short.
Here, let me cook. Let me cook. Let me cook.
You guys gotta be let him cook.
Christ.
Oh, he's hiding it too.
Wait. Why is it not? Why is it like
So you're
doing
gonna draw
that?
long lines. You're gonna make it sort of like that's it. 45 seconds here. All right, like that.
No?
Yeah, that's it. Broad
Okay,
strokes.
nice. We're still on B main here.
BLB. Yeah.
We're getting it down.
That is
Beautiful.
tough.
This is
Oh, he's draw. I love
Another
that.
pillar. Okay.
This is harder than it looks.
B main looks immaculate, though. You guys are great with B main.
Yeah.
30 seconds, by the way. No time pressure.
What do you mean 30
30
seconds?
seconds.
We just started.
Okay,
30 seconds.
Okay. All right, high five time, Derek.
This
High
is
five time.
Good.
Picasso, I like it.
All right.
Hey, don't forget the corner that net hidden like 15 times.
Yeah, he was hit there quite a bit.
I don't know
What is going on?
We start with market. Okay, I'll
There's
Okay,
more
go,
than
take
that.
over, take over. Take 2 minutes.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds.
Pretty good.
Oh my God. Double,
That's it. Broad strokes.
A main.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
This actually doesn't look too bad.
That's actually pretty clear. Not bad. Not bad.
That's not bad. You dominated. That's not bad. Did we get a reveal?
And there's the reveal. That's basically the same thing, honestly.
I mean, it's pretty much the same, right?
I mean, elbow is perfect.
Listen, I'm not
It's not.
I'm not gonna lie.
We forgot the tax.
If the market was actually doing what a market is supposed to do, we would have got it.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, faulty equipment.
Yeah.
All right, you guys can come have a seat now. It's the analyst's turn. That's right.
That's how good we are at this. Here you go,
To try and get
Brandon.
this
I'm
right. not
not doing anything.
And I encourage, I urge healthy amounts of catcalling here. Here's our
Split.
second map. It will be split.
Split.
Guys, it's very straightforward. It's not even a big map topographically
Actually,
speaking.
I'm happy that this isn't Sunset too, because I think Sunset was the hardest map probably to draw.
I did you guys dirty there. It's all right.
Okay. I don't need a. I mean, I'm just seeing roofs.
All
Okay.
right, B1, B2, there's your sides. 90 seconds.
Okay.
B-main.
B main.
Yeah.
Yep, like this, and then there's like this, and then there's like that, and then there's like that, and then there's like.
He's
main.
drawing in the moga. Stop him.
And
I don't mind.
then the spawn goes down here.
What is going on?
Where are you off to?
What is he?
Where are you?
It's fine. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good.
It's fine. It's fine.
Drum mark.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's a pretty long.
Yeah. What? Stop putting the buzzer in my ear.
Guys.
Doing this, and then there's like this here.
Yeah, heaven.
And then there's the wait, the pillar is pillar's here. Draw heaven. Okay, I got a minute left. Stop drawing. Stop drawing.
Wait, this is not fair.
Spawn over here. Oh my God! You just pointed your finger.
Give it to Bala. Give it to Bala.
Bala, go. Take it away.
Right here, and then
Just use your fingers.
I mean, they're already disqualified. They don't. I don't care what they draw.
And then we go back up into heaven, and something like this is a box. Wait, what?
No, it's not it. Keep going.
Keep going.
They're baiting you.
I'll do
They're baiting you. They're baiting you. They're baiting you.
I'll do A.
Oh
Yeah, they are not cooking.
no! Sewers. Help sewers. There's a sewers.
There's a ladder.
Stop. Main
Hold
round.
on, stop. I gotta go back.
No,
Go back.
Stop it. Where are we? Get rid of that. What's happened to the site? Why are we stretched so? No, like this. Okay, there we go.
I'm done.
Fixable,
That was a
fixable.
two-hander.
10 seconds.
Fixable.
No, we're not good. We're not good. Let me,
that's good.
Let me connect the dots. Heaven.
Map
Yeah.
is this?
Can we get a signature?
This is ropes. That's ropes.
Yeah,
Everybody,
this is a bit
that's
about great
ropes.
NFT, boys. Good job.
Sign your name. Sign your name. It's a masterpiece.
Love that.
Bren
Hook.
I thought
get a
Elon
side by
was
side.
even right. That's
My
what he
dog.
said earlier today.
Woo!
Okay.
That's it.
I mean, you got T-spawn right, so.
Yeah, you guys forgot T-spawn. You guys forgot attack
That's the
too.
only thing you guys got right.
That's hard.
We forgot defense.
That's really hard.
All right, well, I think you guys win.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to them anyway. They especially didn't overheat when the smaller sound effect played in their ears.
But I had a lot of issues.
You struggled with that today, Brent.
I get overstimulated.
I mean,
A lot of noises, a lot of stuff going on. I mean, you put a circle on the bloody screen.
Yeah, because it was funny.
okay. All right, let's get these knuckleheads out of here.
Bye.
Derek Potter, it's been great to have you guys here. And my God, you graced our screens with some fantastic gameplay. Looking ahead, day 6 coming to a close now. Here is our bracket as it stands. Tomorrow, we've got 3 elimination matches in a row. You win, you're in the play-ins. You lose, we'll see you stage 1 in April. Cloud9 versus MIBR, Leviathan versus Sentinels, G2 versus Crew. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow for a 3-match banger. Until then, stay frosty.
Yeah, I've got the banana pants on.
One enemy remaining.
Swing. 20 seconds. All collected, but Apop is sticking it the whole way. Stop, get to half. The line bound and Joe DePee left alone, and they will not stop.
Pull them to their grave. Reeling them in. One enemy remaining. Lost. One enemy. Ready.
Nice. 7 bullets. Is it going to be enough? They're in a blender. He gets the first. Valen weak. Oh my God. What a play. He's so clutch. He's so clutch, Doug.
The Americans start right